Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. The final rays of sunset painted the canyon walls in hues of amber and gold as Thomas Morgan guided his weary horse along the winding trail that descended toward Silver Creek. At 32, Thomas had spent the better part of his life wandering from one frontier settlement to another, never quite finding a place that felt like home. His weathered face and calloused hands spoke of years spent working cattle ranches across the territories, while the careful way he surveyed his surroundings revealed the cautious nature of a man who had seen how quickly fortune could turn in these untamed lands. The letter from his late uncle's attorney had arrived 3 weeks earlier, unexpected correspondence that had altered the course of Thomas's life with its brief, matter-of-fact message. He had inherited a modest ranch on the outskirts of Silver Creek, a town he had never visited and barely heard mentioned in passing conversations at saloons throughout the territory. The property wasn't large, 40 acres with a small cabin and barn, but it represented something Thomas had never possessed: permanence, a fixed point in the world that belonged to him alone. As the trail curved around a jutting prominence of rock, the full vista of Silver Creek Valley opened before him. Nestled within a natural basin carved by centuries of flowing water, the town appeared as a collection of warm, glowing lights against the deepening blue of twilight. The creek itself traced a silver ribbon through the center of the settlement, its waters catching the last light of day in glimmering ripples that seemed almost deliberately placed to welcome weary travelers. "So this is it," Thomas murmured to his horse, a dappled grey mare named Sadie who had been his only constant companion for the past 6 years. "Doesn't look like much, but I suppose it's ours now." The descent into town took longer than expected, the trail switching back repeatedly to navigate the steep canyon walls. By the time Thomas reached the first outlying buildings of Silver Creek, full darkness had settled across the landscape, with only a 3/4 moon providing illumination. He passed several small homesteads with lamplight glowing behind curtained windows, the occasional bark of a dog marking his progress through the scattered periphery of the settlement. The main street of Silver Creek presented a tableau that Thomas found both familiar and strangely distinctive. Like most frontier towns, it featured the expected establishments: a general store, saloon, blacksmith, and modest church. Yet something in the arrangement of these buildings spoke of permanence, rather than the hasty, often temporary construction he had encountered elsewhere. Stone foundations supported wooden structures, weathered to a silvery patina by years of sun and wind. Porches extended outward with invitation rather than afterthought, and the boardwalks showed evidence of regular repair rather than neglect. Thomas dismounted outside the saloon, which bore a simple hand-painted sign reading Silver Creek Lodge, its windows emanating warm light and the subdued murmur of evening conversation. As he secured Sadie to the hitching post, he noticed how the creek ran almost parallel to the main street, separated only by a grassy verge dotted with several wooden benches, positioned to face the water. The creek itself seemed unusually clear, its rocky bottom visible even in the moonlight as water flowed with a gentle, almost musical cadence over the smooth stones. The barkeeper, a broad-shouldered man with a neatly trimmed grey beard, looked up as Thomas approached the bar. "Evening, stranger," he greeted, with the practiced neutrality of someone accustomed to assessing newcomers. "What can I get for you?" "Whiskey," Thomas replied, placing a coin on the polished wood. "And perhaps some information, if you're willing." "Information's free, unlike the whiskey. Name's Howard Bennett. I've owned this establishment for 23 years, which means I know just about everything worth knowing in Silver Creek." Thomas took a careful sip of his drink, appreciating the smooth burn that suggested quality despite the remote location. "Thomas Morgan," he introduced himself. "I've inherited Jacob Morgan's property outside of town. He was my uncle, though I never had the chance to meet him." Howard's expression shifted from polite interest to genuine recognition. "Jacob Morgan's nephew? Well, that's something indeed. Your uncle was a good man. Quiet, kept mostly to himself, but always willing to lend a hand when needed." He leaned slightly across the bar, lowering his voice. "We were all sorry to hear of his passing. Peaceful, from what Doc Ellison said. Simply went to sleep one night and didn't wake up. Best way to go, I suppose." "The property, is it far from town?" Thomas asked. "About 2 miles north along the creek," Howard replied, gesturing vaguely in that direction. "Decent piece of land, good water access. Jacob ran a small herd of cattle, nothing ambitious, just enough to keep him comfortable. Sold off the livestock when his health started failing last year, but the land's still good." He paused, studying Thomas with renewed interest. "You planning to stay then? Make a go of the ranch?" The question gave Thomas pause. He had considered the inheritance primarily in terms of its potential sale value, another stepping stone in his perpetual journey, rather than a destination. Yet something about Silver Creek, the tranquil atmosphere, the evident care its inhabitants took with their surroundings, sparked an unfamiliar sensation that might, with careful nurturing, grow into belonging. "I'm considering it," he admitted finally. "Depends on what I find when I see the place tomorrow." Howard seemed satisfied with this answer. "You'll want to speak with Doc Ellison then. He looked after your uncle's affairs toward the end. Keeps a room above his practice, just down the street." He gestured toward the saloon's front windows. 2-story building with the green shutters. Lights still on, so he's probably awake. Never known the man to sleep before midnight. Outside, the night had deepened, but the nearly full moon provided ample illumination to navigate the main street. Thomas retrieved Sadie from the hitching post, deciding to lead her by the reins rather than ride the short distance to the doctor's office. The air carried a pleasant coolness after the day's warmth, scented with sage and the clean mineral smell of the creek flowing steadily alongside the pathway. As he walked, Thomas became aware of a man seated on one of the benches facing the water. Unlike the pragmatic positioning of most frontier dwellers, backs to walls, eyes toward potential threats, this figure seemed entirely absorbed in contemplation of the flowing creek, a journal open on his lap despite the limited light. Something in his posture suggested not just relaxation, but a deep communion with the landscape itself. Thomas would have continued past without interruption had the man not looked up at that precise moment, offering a nod of acknowledgement. "New to our little sanctuary, I see," he observed in a melodious voice that carried clearly despite its soft volume. "The creek has a way of calling to newcomers, drawing them to its edge to hear what wisdom it might impart." The poetic phrasing, so unexpected in a frontier settlement, caused Thomas to pause. The speaker appeared to be in his mid-40s, with a thoughtfully lined face and eyes that reflected the moonlight with unusual clarity. His clothing, while not extravagant, possessed a certain refined quality that distinguished him from the typical ranch hands and merchants Thomas had encountered throughout the territories. "Just arrived today," Thomas confirmed, uncertain how to respond to the man's fanciful characterization of the creek. "Thomas Morgan. I've inherited property north of town." "Ah, Jacob Morgan's nephew." The man closed his journal with deliberate care. "Your uncle was a man who understood the voice of the creek better than most. I'm Elliot Prescott. Some call me the town poet, though I prefer to think of myself as merely a faithful recorder of Silver Creek's particular magic." He gestured to the flowing water. "Have you noticed how it catches the moonlight differently than other streams? Almost as if the light penetrates deeper, illuminating what usually remains hidden." Thomas glanced toward the creek, more out of politeness than genuine interest in these mystical observations. Yet once his attention focused on the water, he found himself struck by the unusual clarity with which the moonlight revealed the creek bed. Stones arranged in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, shadows and light interplaying in harmonies too complex for mere chance. "I haven't spent much time watching creeks by moonlight," Thomas admitted, somewhat unsettled by his momentary fascination with what should have been an ordinary waterway. Elliot smiled as if receiving exactly the response he had expected. "Few do, until Silver Creek shows them why they should. You've arrived at an auspicious time, Mr. Morgan. The full moon comes tomorrow night. That's when our creek reveals its most profound secrets." He reopened his journal, clearly considering their exchange complete. "You might find it worth watching, especially from your uncle's property. Jacob often spoke of unusual lights along the northern bend." Before Thomas could inquire about this cryptic reference, Elliot had returned his attention to the blank page before him, pen poised as if waiting for the creek itself to dictate what words should flow. Recognizing the conversation had reached its natural conclusion, Thomas continued toward the doctor's office, his thoughts now divided between practical concerns about his inheritance and unexpected curiosity about the unusual lights Elliot had mentioned. Dr. Malcolm Ellison's medical practice occupied the ground floor of a well-maintained two-story building, with his living quarters situated above. Despite the late hour, warm light glowed behind the front window, confirming Howard's assessment of the doctor's nocturnal habits. Thomas secured Sadie to a nearby post before approaching the door, which bore both the doctor's name and office hours painted in precise lettering. His knock was answered almost immediately by a slender man in his 60s, silver hair neatly combed back from a high forehead, wire-rimmed spectacles perched precisely on a narrow nose. Despite the late hour, he wore a formal vest over his shirt, only the absence of a jacket indicating he had settled in for the evening. "Can I help you?" he inquired, his tone suggesting this wasn't the first time a medical emergency had interrupted his evening. "Thomas Morgan," Thomas introduced himself. "Jacob Morgan's nephew. I was told you might have information about my uncle's property." Recognition immediately transformed the doctor's expression from professional concern to genuine welcome. "Mr. Morgan, of course. We'd begun to wonder if you'd received our correspondence." He stepped back, gesturing Thomas inside. "Please, come in. I've been expecting you, though perhaps not quite so late in the evening." "I apologize for the hour," Thomas said as he followed Dr. Ellison past the examination area to a small sitting room at the rear of the building. "I only arrived this evening." "No apology necessary," the doctor assured him, indicating a comfortable chair before taking his own seat. "Your uncle made me executor of his modest estate, which means I've been caretaking the property until your arrival. The cabin is prepared. I've had Mrs. Wilkins from the boarding house check on it weekly, ensuring it remained clean and aired. He adjusted his spectacles with a precise motion. There's even food laid in for your first few days. My own initiative, as I suspected you might arrive with limited supplies. This unexpected thoughtfulness caught Thomas off guard. His experiences throughout the territories had taught him to anticipate indifference rather than consideration from strangers. "That's very kind," he managed. "I don't quite know what to say." Dr. Ellison waved away his thanks with a small gesture. "Your uncle was well respected in Silver Creek. He lived quietly but meaningfully. One of those rare individuals who listen more than they speak and observe more than they judge. The community valued his presence, and by extension, we welcome you." He leaned forward slightly. "I understand from your letter to the attorney that you've worked primarily as a ranch hand. Do you intend to revive the small operation your uncle maintained, or perhaps sell the property?" The directness of the question, delivered without judgment, invited equally direct response. "I haven't decided," Thomas admitted. "I've never owned property before. The idea of settling in one place is," he searched for the appropriate word, "unfamiliar." Dr. Ellison nodded, as if this answer confirmed some private theory. "Silver Creek has a way of clarifying such decisions," he observed. "It's a place that invites contemplation rather than haste. I suggest you give yourself time to experience your uncle's property before determining its future, and your..." He rose and crossed to a small desk, retrieving a brass key and a folded document. "This is the deed, properly transferred to your name and the key to the main cabin. The barn has a simple latch." He hesitated briefly before adding, "Your uncle left a journal as well. His specific instruction was that it should pass directly to any family who might claim his property. I've taken the liberty of placing it on his desk in the cabin." Thomas accepted these items, the key's weight in his palm representing a tangible connection to the uncle he had never known. "Howard at the saloon mentioned something about my uncle's health failing this past year." "Yes," Dr. Ellison confirmed, resuming his seat. "A weakening of the heart. Not uncommon for a man in his 70s who had lived an active life. He faced it with the same quiet dignity that characterized his entire presence in our community." The doctor seemed to consider his next words carefully. "Your uncle found great solace in this land, Mr. Morgan, particularly in a certain aspect of Silver Creek that others might dismiss as mere superstition." This cryptic statement, following so closely after Elliot Prescott's similar allusions, piqued Thomas's curiosity. "The poet I met mentioned unusual lights along the northern bend of the creek." Dr. Ellison's expression registered brief surprise, followed by thoughtful consideration. "You've met Elliot already. He's an unusual man, sensitive to aspects of our valley that most overlook." He removed his spectacles, polishing them with a cloth taken from his vest pocket in a gesture that suggested he was organizing his thoughts. "Silver Creek has its legends, like any frontier settlement. Ours centers around what some call the moonlit vigil, a phenomenon observed primarily during the full moon." He replaced his spectacles with precision before continuing. "The story goes that many years ago, before Silver Creek was properly settled, a lone cowboy protected this valley and its first inhabitants from various threats, hostile elements, natural disasters, the desperate men who sometimes sought refuge in isolated places. When he died, defending the settlement during a particularly brutal winter, something of his protective spirit remained, bound to the creek itself." The doctor's tone remained matter-of-fact, presenting the legend without either endorsement or skepticism. "During full moons, particularly in spring and autumn, a distinctive light appears along certain stretches of the creek, moving with purpose rather than drifting randomly like swamp gas or other natural phenomena. Your uncle's property includes the bend where these lights appear most frequently. Thomas absorbed this information with the measured neutrality he had developed through years of frontier life, where each settlement harbored its own peculiar beliefs and customs. And my uncle believed in this legend? Jacob did more than believe, Dr. Ellison replied. He documented the phenomenon meticulously over the 23 years he lived on that property. His journal contains detailed observations of the light's appearances, patterns, and what he perceived as connections to subsequent events in the valley. The doctor leaned back in his chair. I'm a man of science, Mr. Morgan, trained at medical colleges in Boston and Philadelphia. Yet, I've lived in Silver Creek long enough to accept that some phenomena resist conventional explanation. Your uncle found great meaning in his observations of the creek. Perhaps you will as well. With this parting suggestion lingering in his thoughts, Thomas retrieved Sadie and set out for his newly inherited property. The trail followed the creek exactly as the doctor had described, moonlight illuminating the path sufficiently to navigate despite the late hour. The town's scattered lights soon fell behind as the canyon narrowed slightly, with stands of cottonwood and willow marking the watercourse through otherwise sparse vegetation. The gentle sound of flowing water accompanied their progress, occasionally punctuated by the distant call of a night bird or the rustle of small creatures moving through the underbrush. After approximately 40 minutes of steady walking, with Sadie content to follow the clear trail, a structure emerged from the shadows ahead. A sturdy cabin constructed of well-fitted logs with a stone chimney rising from a pitched roof. Set back perhaps 50 yards from the creek, the building occupied a natural clearing surrounded by scattered junipers and a few larger cottonwoods that would provide welcome shade during summer months. The cabin key turned smoothly in the iron lock, suggesting recent use and proper care rather than abandonment. Inside, the single large room presented an unexpected level of comfort. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, flanked by bookshelves containing more volumes than Thomas had encountered outside of commercial establishments. A solidly built bed occupied one corner, covered with a patchworked quilt whose colors remained distinguishable even in the dim moonlight filtering through clean windows. A desk, positioned to take advantage of natural light from the eastern window, held a leather-bound book that Thomas immediately recognized as the journal Dr. Ellison had mentioned. After ensuring Sadie was comfortably settled in the nearby barn, Thomas returned to the cabin, where he found lamps cleaned and filled with oil, kindling and split logs neatly stacked beside the fireplace, and a shelf of preserved foods that would indeed sustain him for several days. The doctor had not exaggerated the preparations made for his arrival, a level of consideration that further distinguished Silver Creek from other settlements he had encountered. Too restless for immediate sleep, despite the late hour and his day of travel, Thomas lit a lamp and settled at the desk, drawn to the journal that represented his only direct connection to the uncle he had never known. The leather cover bore no title or marking, but the pages within were filled with precise handwriting, dated entries spanning more than 2 decades of observation. Thomas turned first to the earliest pages, curious about what had brought Jacob Morgan to this remote valley, and how he had established himself on this particular plot of land. The initial entry, dated April 18, 1773, provided immediate insight. I have purchased 40 acres along Silver Creek, including the northern bend where the phenomenon is most frequently observed. After witnessing the lights myself last autumn, I find myself drawn to understand their pattern and purpose. The locals speak of a protective presence, the spirit of a cowboy who died defending the early settlement. While I maintain healthy skepticism towards such supernatural explanations, I cannot deny the unusual quality of the illumination I observed. nor its apparently purposeful movement along the waterway. The property itself is promising. Good water access, sufficient grazing for a small herd, and fertile soil near the creek for gardening. But it is the proximity to the lights that truly motivated my purchase. I intend to document their appearances with scientific rigor, creating a record that might eventually yield rational explanation for what currently appears mysterious. Thomas found himself unexpectedly moved by this introduction to a man who had embarked on a project of systematic observation motivated by genuine curiosity, a quality he recognized in himself despite having had limited opportunity to indulge it through years of itinerant labor. He continued reading, sampling entries across the years and noting how his uncle's tone gradually shifted from detached scientific observer to something more personally invested. An entry from 1879 particularly caught his attention. Full moon last night brought the most prolonged and dramatic manifestation of the lights to date. Unlike previous appearances, where the illumination remained close to the water's surface, this time it rose approximately 6 feet above the creek and moved with deliberate purpose toward the Wilkins homestead downstream. I later learned their youngest child had wandered from home that evening, becoming lost in the darkness. The child was discovered safely asleep near the very spot where the light had paused for nearly 30 minutes before returning upstream. Coincidence perhaps, yet the timing proves difficult to dismiss entirely. Entries from subsequent years documented similar incidents, the lights appearing with unusual intensity before flash floods, seemingly guiding stranded travelers during a blizzard, and, most dramatically, moving directly toward a previously unknown campsite of armed men, later discovered to be planning robbery of the newly established bank in Silver Creek. In each case, Jacob's documentation maintained scientific precision regarding observable facts, while becoming increasingly open to interpretation beyond purely physical explanation. An entry from just 6 months before Jacob's death provided the most personal reflection. Bill Ellison confirms what I have suspected these past weeks. My heart weakens and my time grows shorter than I had hoped. Yet I find myself strangely at peace with this knowledge. 23 years of observing the moonlit vigil has convinced me that whatever consciousness manifests in those lights represents connection beyond our limited mortal understanding. Not merely the spirit of one protective cowboy, as local legend simplifies, but perhaps the accumulated guardianship of all who have loved and protected this valley across centuries. My only regret is having no family with whom to share these observations and this place that has become so deeply meaningful to me. My brother's boy, Thomas, follows the ranching life somewhere across the territories. A wanderer, according to the few reports that have reached me over the years. I have amended my will to leave this property to him, though I have little hope he will maintain my vigilance at the creek's edge. Perhaps the deed itself will suffice, ensuring the bend remains protected from those who might exploit it out of ignorance or greed. Thomas closed the journal, unexpectedly affected by these final thoughts from a man who had considered him even while accepting they would never meet. The connection between them, tenuous though it might be, suddenly carried weight beyond mere legal inheritance, a shared sensitivity to the mysteries that frontier pragmatism often dismissed. Sleep came more easily than expected, the unfamiliar comfort of proper shelter combining with physical exhaustion from his journey to overcome his habitual vigilance in new surroundings. His dreams, when they came, flowed like Silver Creek itself, currents of memory and anticipation intertwining with fragments of his uncle's journal entries and the poetic observations of Eliot Prescott. Morning arrived with gentle persistence, sunlight filtering through eastern windows to illuminate the cabin's interior with warm clarity. Thomas woke feeling more rested than he had in months of bunkhouse accommodations or outdoor bedrolls. The unexpected comfort of his uncle's bed having allowed deeper sleep than his habitual light dozing. After attending to Sadie and a simple breakfast from the provisions left by Dr. Ellison's foresight, Damar spent the day exploring the property that now legally belonged to him. The 40 acres included varied terrain, creek frontage with rich soil suitable for crops or gardens, open grassland that had clearly supported his uncle's small cattle herd, and a wooded section climbing the canyon wall that would provide ample firewood and building materials as needed. The northern boundary incorporated the bend in Silver Creek mentioned repeatedly in the journal, a place where the water curved sharply around an outcropping of pale stone before resuming its journey toward the settlement downstream. Even in daylight, Thomas noted unusual qualities in this section of the waterway. The exceptional clarity that made every stone and pebble on the creek bed visible, despite depth sufficient to suggest greater obscurity, and the way sunlight seemed to linger in particular patterns across the surface, creating shimmering designs that drew and held the eye. As twilight approached, Thomas found himself drawn to the cabin's front porch, settling into a well-worn chair positioned with clear sightline to the creek's northern bend. The decision felt simultaneously deliberate and inevitable, acknowledging both skepticism and curiosity while committing to neither prematurely. The sunset painted the canyon walls with familiar southwestern brilliance, oranges and golds giving way to deepening purples as light retreated westward. Stars emerged in constellations Thomas had used for navigation across countless nights, their familiar patterns offering reassurance amid the unfamiliar circumstances of actual property ownership. When the moon finally rose above the eastern canyon rim, its fullness brought immediate transformation to the landscape. Silver Creek justified its name, as moonlight struck the water's surface, creating an illuminated pathway through the darkened valley that seemed to invite both physical and metaphysical journey. Thomas found himself leaning forward in the chair, attention fixed on the northern bend where his uncle had documented so many appearances of the mysterious lights. For nearly an hour, nothing occurred beyond the ordinary beauty of moonlight on flowing water, mesmerizing in its own right, yet lacking the distinctive quality described in Jacob's journal. Thomas maintained his vigil nevertheless, something in the tranquil atmosphere encouraging patience rather than disappointment. His persistence was rewarded when, shortly before midnight, a subtle change occurred at the creek's edge. The transformation began so gradually that Thomas almost dismissed it as trick of tired eyes or shifting shadows. A faint luminescence that differed from reflected moonlight in both color and quality, emanating from within the water itself, rather than bouncing off its surface. The illumination strengthened over several minutes, developing from barely perceptible glow to distinctive bluish-white light that moved with evident purpose along the creek bed. Unlike the erratic darting of fireflies or random drift of phosphorescent algae, this light followed specific patterns, circling particular formations of stones, pausing at certain pools before continuing upstream, always maintaining that peculiar quality of intentional movement that Jacob had documented so precisely. Thomas watched with increasing fascination as the light reached the northern bend and paused, seeming to gather intensity before rising slightly above the water's surface. Now suspended perhaps 3 feet above the creek, the illumination took more definite form, not quite human shape, yet suggesting the outline of a tall figure, broad-shouldered and straight-bent, with something that might have been a wide-brimmed hat crowning the luminous silhouette. For several breathless minutes, the figure remained stationary at the bend, oriented downstream toward Thomas and the cabin as if in deliberate observation or acknowledgement. though no distinguishable features marked what might have been a face. Thomas experienced the unmistakable sensation of being seen, evaluated by consciousness that recognized his presence with neither hostility nor particular welcome, merely acknowledgement of mutual awareness across different planes of existence. Then, with fluid motion that reminded Thomas of an experienced rider turning horseback, the illumination shifted orientation and proceeded upstream, maintaining its elevation above the water while following the creek's meandering path until distance and intervening landscape obscured further observation. Even after visual contact ended, however, Thomas remained on the porch, processing his experience with mixture of wonder and analytical detachment that mirrored his uncle's documented approach. The practical rancher within him immediately sought rational explanations. Unusual mineral deposits in the creek bed creating bioluminescent reactions. Some form of swamp gas or natural methane combining with specific atmospheric conditions. Perhaps even elaborate hoax maintained by locals to enhance their settlement's mystique. Yet none of these explanations adequately addressed the apparent intentionality of the light's movements or the distinct impression of consciousness he had experienced during those moments of mutual observation. As the night deepened toward early morning, Thomas found himself reaching conclusions similar to those his uncle had documented. Not full embrace of supernatural explanation, but acknowledgement that reality might encompass more dimensions than conventional understanding recognized. The phenomenon existed. He had observed it directly. Its precise nature remained open to interpretation, but its reality could not be denied without dismissing his own direct experience. With this provisional acceptance came unexpected satisfaction. Connection not only to the uncle whose journal had guided his observation, but to the land itself in ways that transcended mere legal ownership. For the first time in years of wandering, Thomas experienced something approaching genuine belonging, not to human community necessarily, but to place itself, with all its visible and invisible dimensions. Dawn found him still on the porch, having maintained voluntary vigil long after the light's disappearance upstream. The rising sun painted the canyon in reversed palette from previous evening's sunset, purples and blues giving way to pinks and golds as night retreated before advancing day. Thomas stretched stiff muscles, physical discomfort from hours of stationary observation balanced by mental clarity he hadn't experienced in years of drifting. After several more days of exploration and reflection, Thomas rode back into Silver Creek with purpose that surprised even himself, purchasing supplies not for temporary stay but for extended residence, making arrangements with local merchants regarding regular deliveries, inquiring about available livestock to begin restocking the small ranch operation his uncle had maintained before declining health forced reduction. Dr. Ellison observed these activities with quiet satisfaction, recognizing commitment forming without need for explicit declaration. "You've decided to stay then?" he stated rather than asked when Thomas stopped by his office to arrange for regular delivery of medical supplies he might need for basic ranch operations. "I have," Thomas confirmed simply. "The property offers everything needed for sustainable living and—" He hesitated briefly, uncertain how to articulate the deeper connection he had formed with the land and its mysteries. "And the creek has spoken to you," Dr. Ellison completed, understanding evident in his measured tone. "As it did to your uncle before you. Silver Creek chooses its guardians carefully, Mr. Morgan. Some hear nothing but flowing water. Others perceive the deeper currents that have sustained this valley through countless seasons." Thomas nodded, appreciating the physician's perception and his willingness to discuss matters that might seem superstitious to those without direct experience. "I witnessed the light during the full moon," he acknowledged, "just as my uncle described in his journal. I can't explain it, but I can't dismiss it either." "Explanation often proves less valuable than observation," Dr. Ellison replied with philosophical acceptance clearly developed through years of balancing scientific training with frontier realities that occasionally transcended conventional understanding. "Your uncle maintained systematic documentation for over 2 decades, creating record that honors mystery without demanding definitive categorization. A valuable approach to phenomena that exist at boundaries of ordinary perception." Thomas found himself nodding agreement, recognizing wisdom in approach that neither rejected inexplicable experiences nor surrendered critical thinking to blind belief. "I intend to continue his documentation," he decided aloud, the commitment feeling right as he articulated it, while establishing sustainable ranch operation that respects the land and its particular qualities. "A worthy endeavor," Dr. Ellison approved, genuine satisfaction evident in his expression. "The community will benefit from your presence, as the creek itself apparently recognizes it." This observation, delivered without mystical emphasis, yet acknowledging deeper dimensions of Thomas's experience, captured precisely what had motivated his decision to remain. The land offered practical opportunity for meaningful livelihood, while the mysterious phenomenon his uncle had documented provided connection to aspects of existence often overlooked in purely materialistic approach to frontier life. As spring advanced towards summer, Thomas settled into rhythms both practical and contemplative on his inherited property. He acquired a small herd of cattle, establishing a modest ranching operation that provided sustainable income while allowing sufficient time for regular observation of the creek. With each full moon, he maintained careful vigil from the cabin porch, documenting appearances of the luminous figure that gradually revealed more detailed manifestation as his own receptivity developed through consistent attention. The protective entity, cowboy spirit of local legend, yet clearly something more complex than simplified characterization suggested, maintained regular appearances during optimal lunar conditions, while occasionally manifesting subtler presence during significant transitions or moments requiring protective intervention. Thomas documented these observations in careful continuation of his uncle's journal, balancing scientific precision regarding observable phenomena with thoughtful reflection on broader implications for understanding reality's multiple dimensions. Most significant development occurred during autumn's most spectacular full moon, when the luminous figure approached closer than previous appearances, taking more distinctive shape that unmistakably suggested mounted rider. Broad-shouldered cowboy astride horse composed of that same bluish-white luminescence that defied conventional explanation. The apparition paused, perhaps 20 yards from porch where Thomas maintained his vigil, close enough that he could discern additional details impossible to perceive during more distant observations. Suggestion of weathered features beneath wide-brimmed hat, the distinctive silhouette of well-worn clothing typical to working cowboys of earlier era. For several minutes, rider and observer regarded each other in silence that felt expectant rather than empty, communication occurring through means beyond conventional speech, yet undeniably present in the charged atmosphere between them. Then, with deliberate gesture that suggested courteous acknowledgement between equals, the luminous figure raised hand to hat brim in traditional greeting, before turning and proceeding back toward creek with unhurried dignity that spoke of eternal patience rather than dismissal or departure. This exchange, simple yet profound in its implications, represented culmination of relationship, that had developed gradually through months of consistent observation and increasing receptivity. Thomas documented the encounter with balanced commitment to observable detail and thoughtful interpretation of its broader significance. The entity identified in local legend as protective cowboy spirit has demonstrated capacity for purposeful interaction beyond creek limitations previously observed. This extension of manifestation range suggests evolution in our developing relationship, mutual recognition transcending initial observer/observed dynamic toward more collaborative engagement, whether this represents actual spiritual entity, interdimensional consciousness, or manifestation of collective community protection embodied through specific symbolic form, remains open to interpretation. What cannot be denied is ongoing guardianship this presence maintains over Silver Creek Valley, and the privilege of serving as conscious witness to its continuing vigil. This documentation, added to accumulating record begun by his uncle and now continued through his own systematic observations, represented contribution to understanding that transcended individual experience, while honoring mysteries that resisted definitive categorization. The protective presence existed beyond complete comprehension, yet remained accessible through patient attention and respectful engagement. Paradox that Thomas had come to appreciate rather than resist, as his earlier pragmatism might have demanded. As seasons cycled through their eternal progression, Thomas maintained dual identity as practical rancher and dedicated chronicler of Silver Creek's supernatural guardian. The cattle operation provided sustainable livelihood while allowing flexible schedule necessary for regular documentation at varying hours determined by lunar phases and atmospheric conditions that affected manifestation patterns. Dr. Ellison and Elliot Prescott became regular visitors to the cabin, each bringing distinctive perspective to ongoing discussion of observations and experiences. The physician contributed scientific framework that prevented excessive mystical interpretation without dismissing genuine mysteries, while the poet offered interpretive insights that expanded understanding beyond strictly empirical documentation. Together with Thomas's first-hand observations, these complementary approaches created comprehensive record that honored Silver Creek's unique phenomena while maintaining intellectual integrity essential to meaningful documentation. Local residents gradually accepted Thomas as natural continuation of his uncle's presence. Reliable rancher who maintained appropriate social connections while harboring unusual sensitivity to aspects of the valley, most acknowledged only through occasional reference to cowboy ghost or other simplified characterizations of complex phenomena. Those with personal experiences of the creek's mysterious guardian occasionally sought Thomas out, sharing accounts that further enriched collective understanding, while confirming consistent protective nature of the luminous entity across diverse encounters and circumstances. As his first year in Silver Creek approached completion, Thomas added final entry to current journal volume before preparing fresh book for continuing documentation. The moonlit vigil represents partnership across dimensional boundaries, protective consciousness maintaining eternal guardianship, while human observer provides recognition and occasional interpretation between realms that operate according to different principles yet share fundamental connection to this particular landscape. My uncle maintained this relationship for 23 years. I have been privileged to continue it for 12 months that have transformed understanding of both visible and invisible aspects of existence. The luminous rider, cowboy spirit of local legend, yet clearly something more complex than simplified characterization suggests, continues regular appearances during full moons, while manifesting subtler presence during significant transitions or moments requiring protective intervention. Whether interpreted as supernatural entity, interdimensional consciousness, or symbolic embodiment of community protection accumulated across generations, its benevolent guardianship remains a consistent feature of Silver Creek Valley. As I prepare new volume for continuing documentation, I acknowledge transformation this vigilance has wrought within me. From rootless wanderer to committed observer, finding meaning in sustained attention to single location whose complexity reveals itself only through patient engagement across seasons and conditions. The inheritance I received extended beyond mere property to include responsibility as conscious witness to mysteries that transcend conventional understanding, yet remain accessible through respectful approach combining rationality with appropriate wonder. Thomas closed the completed journal and placed it alongside his uncle's volumes on shelves that now held 2 generations of documentation, Jacob's original observations and Thomas's continuing record. Outside the cabin windows, Silver Creek flowed beneath winter stars, its waters occasionally catching moonlight in patterns too precisely arranged for mere chance. The northern bend remained quiet on this ordinary night between full moons, yet Thomas knew the protective presence continued its eternal vigilance, regardless of immediate manifestation or human observation. The inheritance he had received had transformed from unexpected property acquisition to profound engagement with reality's multiple dimensions. Practical ranching operation balanced by systematic documentation of phenomena that expanded understanding beyond conventional limitations. The restlessness that had driven years of wandering had transformed into appreciation for depth, revealed through sustained attention to single location, whose mysteries unfolded gradually to patient observer. As sleep approached on this quiet winter night, Thomas gazed from cabin window toward Creek's silvery path through darkened landscape. Connection between worlds visible and invisible, flowing eternal beneath changing seasons and human generations, who came and went while the moonlit vigil continued without interruption. Whatever consciousness manifested in those luminous appearances maintained protective guardianship that transcended individual observers, while rewarding those who approached with appropriate respect and sustained attention. The creek's gentle murmur provided perfect accompaniment to deepening relaxation, its rhythmic flow carrying consciousness toward peaceful sleep, filled with dreams reflecting both practical engagement with tangible world and receptivity to mysteries beyond ordinary perception. Thomas Morgan, once rootless wanderer and now dedicated chronicler of Silver Creek's unique phenomena, surrendered to restorative rest with certainty that both visible and invisible dimensions of his inheritance would remain when morning brought another day of meaningful existence in this remarkable valley, where protective spirits maintained eternal vigil under silver moonlight. As the gentle waters of Silver Creek continue their eternal flow beneath the moonlight, carrying Thomas Morgan into peaceful slumber, we too shall drift from this tranquil valley to another mysterious frontier landscape, one where the elements themselves seem to carry whispers of the past. Our journey now takes us to the windswept highlands of Windy Ridge, where towering pines sway against an endless sky, and the constant breeze carries melodies that some say come from no earthly source. Here, among rugged peaks and hidden meadows, another tale of frontier mystery awaits, one of haunting music that drifts across the landscape when twilight paints the mountains in shades of purple and gold. Join us now as we discover the Whistler of Windy Ridge, and the secrets carried on the wind that never ceases to blow across this remote and beautiful wilderness. The last light of day painted the sky in hues of amber and violet as Thomas Hargrove sat on the weather-worn porch of his ranch house, watching the distant silhouette of Windy Ridge against the darkening horizon. At 46, Thomas had spent more than half his life on this land, his weathered face and calloused hands testament to years of hard work taming the frontier. The small ranch wasn't much compared to the sprawling cattle operations that had begun to dominate the territory, but it was his, earned through perseverance and an intimate understanding of the land's temperament. As shadows lengthened across the rolling plains, Thomas rocked gently in his chair, listening to the familiar sounds of the range settling into evening, the soft lowing of cattle in the nearby pasture, the rustling of tall grass in the persistent breeze, the occasional cry of a hawk returning to its nest. These were the sounds that had formed the backdrop of his life, as familiar to him as his own heartbeat. Yet lately something else had joined this nightly symphony, something that brought a furrow to Thomas's brow as he tilted his head slightly, straining to catch it again tonight. There, just beneath the whisper of wind through the sagebrush, a faint melody drifted across the plains. A whistled tune, haunting yet somehow soothing, that seemed to emanate from the direction of Windy Ridge. You hear it again, don't you? Thomas turned to find Elena, his wife of 20 years, standing in the doorway. The warm light from the oil lamps inside cast a gentle glow around her, highlighting the silver strands that had begun to thread through her dark hair. Her eyes, still as perceptive as when they'd first met, studied his face with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "It's clearer tonight," Thomas admitted, gesturing to the empty chair beside him. "Been coming for almost 2 weeks now, always after sunset, always from the ridge." Eleanor settled into the chair, wrapping a shawl around her shoulders against the evening chill. "Maybe it's just the wind playing tricks. You know how it gets up there, whistling through those rock formations." Thomas shook his head slowly. "Wind doesn't whistle home on the range with such feeling, Elena. There's intention behind it. Something or someone making that sound." They sat in companionable silence for a time, both listening as the melody continued, sometimes fading almost to nothing before swelling again with surprising clarity. It moved through familiar frontier tunes, snippets of Red River Valley, O Shenandoah, and others that spoke of longing for distant places and loved ones left behind. "It's beautiful," Elena murmured. "Sad, but beautiful." Thomas nodded agreement, though the persistent mystery of it troubled him. As a man who prided himself on understanding the rhythms and reasons of his surroundings, this unexplained music represented a riddle he couldn't solve. And on the frontier, unexplained phenomena often meant trouble, of one kind or another. "James thinks it's a ghost," Eleanor added with a small smile, referring to their 17-year-old son. "Says old man Miller in town told him about a cowboy who got lost in a blizzard up on that ridge 30 years back. Never found him, just his hat caught on a mesquite bush." Thomas snorted softly. "Miller fills the boy's head with tall tales every time we send him for supplies. Next he'll be claiming the Whistler is Bigfoot's musical cousin." His attempt at humor did little to dispel the thoughtful expression that had settled on Elena's face. "Not every mystery has a simple explanation, Thomas. This land held secrets long before we came here." As the whistling continued its mournful refrain, Thomas couldn't help but wonder if Elena might be right. The territory had seen its share of tragedy, lonely deaths, disappeared travelers, hopes crushed against the unyielding demands of frontier life. Perhaps something of those lost souls lingered, finding voice in the wind that never ceased to blow across Windy Ridge. The melody continued for perhaps another hour before gradually fading into the night, leaving only the usual sounds of darkness in its wake. Yet long after Elena had gone inside, Thomas remained on the porch, staring toward the now invisible ridge, turning over possibilities in his mind with the same methodical care he applied to all problems on his ranch. Ghost or man? He murmured to himself as he finally rose to go inside. I aim to find out. Morning arrived with the crisp clarity of early autumn, the sky an endless expanse of blue unmarred by clouds. Thomas rose before dawn, as was his habit, moving through the familiar routine of ranch life with practiced efficiency. Yet as he worked, feeding livestock, mending a section of fence damaged in yesterday's stronger winds, checking on a pregnant mare in the small stable, his thoughts repeatedly drifted to the mysterious melody and its unknown source. By mid-morning, James had joined him near the corral, the young man's energy evident in the ease with which he handled even the most stubborn horses. Tall and lanky, with his mother's dark eyes and Thomas's determined jaw, James had grown into a capable ranch hand whose skills with animals far exceeded his father's. Heard the whistling again last night, James commented as they worked side by side, replacing rotted boards on the corral gate. Clearer than before. Thomas nodded, driving a nail with perhaps more force than necessary. Your mother says you've been listening to Miller's ghost stories about it. James grinned, unabashed. Makes for good telling. Miller swears his own father heard the same whistling 40 years ago. Same tune, same place. Says it only comes when change is coming to the territory. Miller would say the moon was made of cheese if he thought people would listen, Thomas replied dryly, though he filed away this additional information despite his skepticism. Superstition makes for poor planning. Maybe, James allowed, his expression turning more thoughtful. But I rode out toward the ridge yesterday evening, trying to get closer to the sound. He hesitated, as if uncertain how to explain what came next. The closer I got, the more it seemed like the whistling was coming from everywhere and nowhere. And Pa, he lowered his voice slightly, though there was no one else within earshot. I swear I felt someone watching me, though I couldn't see a soul for miles around. Thomas studied his son's face, finding no trace of the mischievous exaggeration James sometimes employed in his storytelling. The boy appeared genuinely perplexed, perhaps even slightly unsettled by his experience. You kept a safe distance, I hope, Thomas said, concern momentarily overriding his curiosity about the phenomenon. Windy Ridge isn't a place for careless riding, especially near dark. Yes, sir, James assured him. Stayed on the lower slopes like you've always taught me. But Pa, there's something strange about that whistling. It's almost like it's calling to whoever's listening. This description aligned with Thomas's own impression, that the melody carried an inexplicable draw, a sense of invitation or summons that tugged at something deep within. He had noticed how, each night, he found himself leaning toward the sound, as if his body wished to follow it, even while his mind counseled caution. Old Abigail might know something about it, James suggested, referring to the elderly weaver who lived in a small cabin nestled in a protected valley a few miles from their ranch. She knows all the old stories, even ones from before white settlers came. Thomas considered this as they continued their work. Abigail Weaver had indeed been in the territory longer than almost anyone else still living. A widow whose husband had been among the first to establish a homestead in these parts. She had survived hardships that would have broken many others. Now in her 70s, she lived alone but remained sharp-minded and self-sufficient, supplementing her modest income by selling intricately woven blankets and rugs that were sought after for both their beauty and durability. Might be worth a visit, Thomas acknowledged. I've been meaning to bring her some supplies anyway. Winter's coming and that valley of hers gets cut off when the snow piles deep. Decision made, Thomas set aside the remaining repairs for another day. Finish up here, he instructed James. I'll ride out to Abigail's place, see what she knows about our mysterious musician. An hour later, Thomas guided his sturdy bay gelding along the winding trail that led to Abigail's valley. The path descended gradually from the plains, following a small stream that eventually widened into the pond beside which Abigail had built her cabin. As he rode, Thomas kept Windy Ridge in view, its distinctive silhouette rising from the surrounding landscape like the backbone of some enormous creature half buried in the earth. The sound of splashing water pulled Thomas from his reminiscence as he guided his horse around the final bend in the trail, revealing Abigail's cabin nestled against a backdrop of cottonwoods whose leaves had begun to turn golden with the season's change. Smoke rose from the stone chimney, carrying the pleasant scent of burning cedar, and through the open door came the rhythmic clacking of Abigail's loom. Thomas dismounted, tethering his horse to a hitching post before unloading the small bundle of supplies he'd brought: coffee, sugar, salt, and a few other staples that were difficult for the old woman to procure herself. As his boots crunched on the gravel pathway leading to the cabin, the loom's clacking paused. "That you, Thomas Hargrove?" called a voice that, despite its owner's advanced age, carried the clear strength that had characterized Abigail Weaver throughout her long life. "Yes, Mum," Thomas confirmed, stepping into the doorway. "Brought you some provisions, thought I'd check how you're faring with winter on its way." Abigail sat at her large wooden loom, a half-finished blanket of intricate design stretched before her. Age had bent her once tall frame and whitened her hair to the color of fresh snow, but her blue eyes remained sharp and alert, missing nothing as they took in Thomas's appearance. "Decent of you," she acknowledged, gesturing to a small table where he could place the supplies. "Though I suspect you've got questions beyond my welfare bringing you out this way." Thomas smiled despite himself. Abigail's directness was refreshing, in a territory where many conversations involved careful circling around topics of interest. "News travels fast," he commented, setting down his bundle. "No news needed when a man's expression tells the tale," Abigail replied, rising slowly from her bench to move toward the small fireplace where a kettle hung above glowing embers. "You've got the look of someone puzzling over something that don't fit his understanding of how things ought to be." She gestured to one of two chairs positioned near the warmth. "Sit. Whatever's troubling you will keep long enough for tea." Thomas complied, knowing better than to rush Abigail. She moved with deliberate care, preparing 2 cups of strong herbal tea that smelled of mint and something more exotic he couldn't identify. Only when they were both seated, steaming cups in hand, did she fix him with an expectant gaze. "It's about the whistling," Thomas began, seeing no reason for preamble. "Coming from Windy Ridge at night. Been hearing it for nearly 2 weeks now, getting stronger each evening." Abigail's weathered face revealed nothing as she sipped her tea, though her eyes never left his. "Whistling?" she repeated, as if testing the word. "A tune, is it? Or just the sound the wind makes through those rocks up there?" "Definite tunes," Thomas confirmed. "Old songs, Red River Valley, O Shenandoah, Home on the Range, played with real feeling, like someone putting their whole heart into it." Abigail set her cup down slowly, her gaze drifting toward the small window that framed a view of Windy Ridge in the distance. The whistlers returned then. Something in her tone, a blend of resignation, respect, and perhaps a touch of melancholy, confirmed what Thomas had begun to suspect. This was not a new phenomenon, despite it being new to his ears. "You've heard it before," he stated rather than asked. Abigail nodded, the movement deliberate as everything about her. "First time was the autumn of '53, just after my Harold passed. I was alone, so alone, and the sound came drifting down from the ridge like it knew my grief needed answering. Her fingers, still nimble despite their gnarled appearance, traced patterns on the arm of her chair. Heard it again in '68, right before the railroad surveyors came through, and once more in '74, the year before that terrible winter that took so many. Thomas absorbed this information, noting that each instance Abigail mentioned had indeed preceded significant change in the territory. The establishment of the first real town 20 miles east, the coming of the railroad that had transformed regional commerce, and the devastating winter of '75 that had reshaped many ranching operations, including his own. Miller in town claims it's the ghost of a lost cowboy, Thomas offered, curious about Abigail's interpretation. A small smile lifted the corners of the old woman's mouth. Jeremiah Miller wouldn't know a true story if it bit him on the nose, she said with unexpected tartness, always adding embellishments to make himself seem important in the telling. What do you think it is then? Thomas asked directly. Abigail considered him for a long moment before responding. The people who lived on this land before us, the true native folk. They believed Windy Ridge was a thin place. Thin? Thomas repeated, uncertain of her meaning. Thin, Abigail confirmed. A place where the barrier between worlds isn't as solid as elsewhere, where things from beyond sometimes slip through, and things from here sometimes slip out. She lifted her cup again, taking a slow sip. They said the wind that never stops blowing there is really the breath of the land itself, speaking to those who know how to listen. Thomas shifted slightly in his chair, uncomfortable with talk that veered so far from his practical understanding of the world. Yet he couldn't dismiss Abigail's words completely, not when the mysterious whistling had already challenged his conception of what was possible. And the whistler, he prompted, what or who do you think is making that music? I can't claim to know for certain, Abigail admitted, but I believe it's the voice of change itself, a harbinger of transformation coming to the land and those who dwell on it. She fixed him with that piercing blue gaze again. Change isn't always bad, Thomas. Sometimes it's necessary, even when it hurts. This cryptic statement hung between them as they finished their tea in thoughtful silence. Thomas found himself strangely reluctant to press for further explanation, sensing that Abigail had shared as much as she felt appropriate, or perhaps as much as she truly understood herself. As he prepared to leave, thanking her for the tea and conversation, Abigail stopped him with a light touch on his arm. The whistling will continue until the change it heralds has come to pass, she said softly. You can follow it if you're so inclined. It won't harm you, but whether you understand what it's trying to tell you, she shrugged her thin shoulders. That depends on how willing you are to listen with more than just your ears. With this final piece of advice lingering in his thoughts, Thomas mounted his horse for the ride home, the shape of Windy Ridge never far from his line of sight as he traversed the rolling landscape. Abigail's words had given him much to consider, yet had answered few of his practical questions about the whistling's source. As the afternoon shadows lengthened, painting the land in deepening shades of amber and gold, Thomas made a decision. Tonight, he would ride out toward the ridge after sunset, following the sound to its source if possible. Ghost or mortal, magical or mundane, he needed to confront the mystery directly, to see with his own eyes what created the melody that had begun to haunt not just his nights, but his waking thoughts as well. The sunset blazed across the western sky in spectacular fashion as Thomas returned to the ranch, the last rays of daylight setting the clouds aflame in hues of crimson and gold. He found Elena and James seated on the porch, their expressions suggesting they'd been in serious conversation before his approach. "You visited Abigail?" Eleanor stated as he dismounted, her tone making it clear this wasn't a guess, but an observation based on knowing her husband's habits. Thomas nodded, securing his horse to the hitching post before joining them. "She's heard the whistling before. 53, 68, and 74. Says it comes before significant change." James leaned forward, elbows on knees, his youthful face alight with curiosity. "What kind of change? Did she say what the whistler is?" "Nothing specific about what's coming," Thomas replied, settling into his chair with a sigh that spoke of physical fatigue and mental preoccupation. As for the whistler itself, she spoke of thin places where worlds meet, and the wind being the breath of the land. He shrugged slightly. "More poetic than practical, I'm afraid." Eleanor's dark eyes studied him carefully. "You're going out there tonight, aren't you? To the ridge?" Thomas wasn't surprised by her perception. 20 years of marriage had given Elena an almost uncanny ability to read his intentions. "Yes," he admitted. "I need to see for myself." "I'm coming with you," James declared immediately, straightening with youthful determination. "No," Thomas said firmly, then softened his tone at the flash of disappointment in his son's eyes. "Someone needs to stay with your mother and the ranch. Besides, we don't know what's out there. Could be nothing dangerous at all, or could be something else entirely." "All the more reason not to go alone," Elena interjected, her voice carrying a hint of concern beneath its practical tone. Thomas reached over to take her hand, his calloused fingers gentle against her skin. "I'll be careful," he promised. "Just going to observe, not confront. If there's any sign of real trouble, I'll turn right around." Elena's expression suggested she wasn't entirely convinced, but she knew her husband well enough to recognize when his mind was set. "Take the rifle," she said finally, "and be back before midnight, or I'm sending James after you, objections or not." As darkness settled over the land and the first stars emerged in the eastern sky, Thomas prepared for his expedition. He chose his most reliable horse, a steady roan gelding that wouldn't spook easily, and packed minimally. Just water, a small portion of food, a good knife at his belt, and the rifle Elena had insisted upon, though he doubted he would need it. The mysterious whistler had shown no signs of malevolence after all, only a persistent, haunting presence that demanded understanding. With a final reassurance to Elena and a firm instruction to James to look after things, Thomas mounted and set off toward Windy Ridge, now a dark silhouette against the star-filled sky. The air had cooled considerably with nightfall, carrying the crisp scent of autumn and the subtle promise of winter to come. As he rode, Thomas kept his senses alert, attuned to the familiar sounds of the night landscape. The soft hooting of an owl, the distant yip of coyotes, the continuous rustle of wind through the tall grass. He had traveled perhaps half the distance to the ridge when he heard it, the first faint notes of whistling drifting through the darkness with surprising clarity. The tune was Red River Valley tonight, its melancholy refrain speaking of parting and remembrance in a way that seemed to reach directly into the heart. Thomas reined his horse to a stop, listening intently to determine the sound's direction. Unlike James's experience of the whistling seeming to come from everywhere at once, Thomas could discern a definite source, a particular section of the ridge where the formation rose to its highest point, crowned with a distinctive cluster of wind-sculpted rocks that locals sometimes called the Watchers, for their vague resemblance to hooded figures. Nudging his mount forward, Thomas continued toward this apparent source, the whistling growing incrementally louder as he approached. The melody shifted seamlessly from Red River Valley to O Shenandoah, maintaining that same quality of emotional depth that had struck him from the beginning, as if the unseen whistler poured genuine feeling into each note, communicating something essential through the music itself rather than words. The base of Windy Ridge was marked by a gradual slope covered in loose shale and sporadic vegetation. Scrubby mesquites, resilient sagebrush, and occasional clusters of prickly pear that gleamed pale in the starlight. Thomas dismounted here, knowing the terrain grew too treacherous for riding as the slope steepened. After securing his horse to a sturdy juniper, he began the ascent on foot, moving carefully to avoid dislodging rocks that might betray his approach. As he climbed, the whistling continued unabated, suggesting the source remained unaware of his presence or unconcerned by it. The tune shifted again, now to Home on the Range, its familiar refrain of longing for the beauty and peace of frontier life carrying a poignancy that seemed especially fitting against the backdrop of star-washed prairie stretching endlessly in all directions below. Thomas paused to catch his breath about halfway up the slope, using the moment to scan his surroundings more thoroughly. The moon had risen, a waxing gibbous that cast enough light to distinguish basic shapes and shadows without revealing fine details. The whistling now seemed to emanate from just beyond the next rise, perhaps 30 yards ahead, where a natural terrace formed a relatively flat area before the final ascent to the crown of the ridge. Moving with increased caution, Thomas made his way toward this terrace, staying low and using the scattered vegetation for additional concealment. The sense of anticipation that had been building throughout his climb now peaked as he reached the edge of the terrace, the whistling so clear it could only be a matter of feet away, around the bend of rock that currently blocked his view. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Thomas slowly peered around the rocky outcropping. The natural terrace stretched perhaps 20 yards across, its relatively flat surface covered in fine gravel and sparse vegetation that had adapted to the constant wind. At its far edge, seated on a weathered boulder with legs dangling over a sheer drop to the plains below, was a figure silhouetted against the star-filled sky. Even in the limited moonlight, Thomas could make out enough details to determine this was indeed a man, not some spectral entity as Miller's ghost stories had suggested. He wore the practical clothing of a working cowboy, denim pants, a heavy coat against the night chill, and a wide-brimmed hat pulled low against the persistent wind. His posture suggested neither youth nor advanced age, but the settled bearing of a man in his middle years, comfortable in his own skin and with his place in the world. The whistling, hauntingly beautiful and undeniably skilled, came from this solitary figure who seemed entirely absorbed in the music he created. His face was turned slightly upward, as if addressing his melody to the vast canopy of stars overhead rather than any earthly audience. For several minutes, Thomas remained motionless, simply observing. Part of him felt relief at discovering the whistler was flesh and blood rather than some supernatural manifestation. Yet questions remained. Who was this man? Why did he come night after night to this isolated spot? And why had no one in the area reported seeing a stranger traveling through? Finally, as the melody paused briefly between tunes, Thomas decided to make his presence known. Moving deliberately to avoid startling the stranger, he stepped from behind the rock outcropping and called out in a calm, clear voice. "Evening, friend." The seated figure turned without apparent surprise, as if he had been aware of Thomas's presence all along. In the moonlight, Thomas could now see his face, weathered by years outdoors, with deep lines around the eyes that suggested both hardship and laughter in equal measure. A well-maintained moustache framed his mouth, and his eyes, though shadowed by his hat brim, held a glint of intelligence and something else Thomas couldn't immediately identify. a depth of knowing perhaps that seemed at odds with his rough frontier appearance. "Evening," the stranger replied, his voice as melodious spoken as it had been whistled, carrying easily despite the ever-present wind. "Fine night for stargazing." Thomas moved closer, maintaining a respectful distance that acknowledged both frontier courtesy and practical caution when meeting unknown persons in isolated locations. "Thomas Hargrove," he introduced himself with a slight nod. "Ranch down yonder a ways." "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Hargrove," the stranger responded with similar formality, though he offered no name in return. "I hope my whistling hasn't been disturbing your peace." "Not disturbing," Thomas clarified, studying the man with undisguised curiosity. "Just noticed. Been coming on 2 weeks now, every night." The stranger nodded, seeming neither offended by the implied surveillance nor concerned about having been tracked to his solitary perch. "Beautiful spot for music," he observed, gesturing toward the vast panorama spread below them. Rolling plains stretching to distant mountains, silvered by moonlight and possessing that peculiar quality of western landscapes that makes them appear simultaneously intimate and boundlessly enormous. The wind here carries sound in ways that are special. Something in the way he emphasized this last word suggested layered meaning, echoing Abigail's talk of thin places in a way that sent a slight shiver up Thomas's spine despite the encounter's apparently mundane nature. "You passing through or planning to stay in these parts?" Thomas asked, the question natural for frontier encounters where knowing others' intentions often meant the difference between forming valuable alliances or potential problems. The stranger seemed to consider this question more deeply than its straightforward nature warranted. "Neither passing through nor staying exactly," he finally replied, his gaze returning to the star-filled sky above. "I come when I'm needed, and I leave when that need is fulfilled." This cryptic response raised more questions than it answered, but before Thomas could press further, the stranger patted the flat surface of the boulder beside him in clear invitation. "Join me, if you're inclined. The view's worth sharing." After a moment's hesitation, Thomas accepted, settling himself on the indicated spot. From this position, the vast expanse of territory below seemed even more impressive, his own ranch visible as a tiny cluster of buildings in the distance, the meandering line of the creek catching moonlight like scattered silver coins, the endless rolling plains stretching to horizons that curved with the very shape of the earth. "You know what's coming, don't you?" Thomas asked directly, intuiting that this mysterious visitor possessed knowledge beyond the ordinary. "The change that Abigail Weaver says your whistling heralds." The stranger's lips curved in a slight smile beneath his mustache. "Smart woman, Abigail, been here long enough to recognize patterns." He turned to regard Thomas more directly. "Change is always coming, Mr. Hargrove. The only constants in this world are transformation and the land itself. And even the land changes, just more slowly than the rest of us can perceive." "But something specific brings you here now," Thomas pressed, sensing important information hidden behind the philosophical generalities. "Something that affects this territory, my ranch, my family." For a long moment, the stranger was silent, his gaze returning to the distant horizon where the faintest hint of light from the railroad town reflected against low-hanging clouds, despite being invisible at ground level from their current position. "The territory won't be a territory much longer," he finally said, his voice taking on a more somber quality. "Statehood's coming faster than most folks realize. With it will come changes that transform everything. More people, more fences, more laws." He gestured toward the vast open landscape below. "This, the frontier as you've known it, is drawing to a close." Thomas absorbed this information with a frown. Rumors of potential statehood had circulated for years, of course, but most had assumed it remained at least a decade away. The implications of accelerated timeline would indeed represent significant change, affecting land ownership, water rights, taxation, governance, and countless other aspects of daily life that had operated under more flexible territorial rules. How soon, he asked, the practical rancher in him already calculating potential impacts and necessary preparations. Before another full cycle of seasons, the stranger replied. The decision's already been made in places far from here, by men who've never set foot on this soil. A surge of protective concern rose in Thomas at this revelation, not just for his own ranch and family, but for the way of life that had defined the territory, with all its hardships and freedoms inextricably interwoven. And you came to... what? Warn us. The stranger shook his head slightly. I don't control what's coming, Mr. Hargrove. I just acknowledge it. Honor the passing of one era into another. A note of genuine sadness entered his voice. I've watched it happen before in other territories. The pattern repeats. Discovery, settlement, transformation, civilization. What was wild becomes tamed. What was open becomes enclosed. You speak as if you've lived 100 years, Thomas observed, studying the man's face more carefully. Despite the weathered quality of his features, he appeared no older than 50. Certainly not ancient enough to have witnessed multiple territories transition through the stages he described. A smile that contained volumes of unspoken experience crossed the stranger's face. Time moves differently for some of us, was all he offered in response. Before Thomas could question this enigmatic statement, the stranger began whistling again. A new melody this time, one Thomas didn't recognize. Unlike the familiar frontier songs of earlier evenings, this tune carried a distinctly native quality, perhaps belonging to the indigenous peoples who had inhabited the territory long before European settlement. Its haunting intervals and unexpected turns seemed to speak of deeper connection to the land itself, of knowledge accumulated across countless generations of living in harmony with natural rhythms. As the melody continued, Thomas found himself experiencing an odd sensation, as if the music somehow connected him more directly to his surroundings, making him acutely aware of the texture of stone beneath him, the constant caress of wind against his skin, the vast presence of land stretching in all directions, ancient and patient and somehow conscious in ways his rational mind struggled to comprehend. The feeling wasn't frightening exactly, but it was disorienting, like suddenly perceiving an additional dimension to reality that had always existed but remained beyond normal human perception. Thomas had the distinct impression that the stranger beside him moved comfortably within this expanded awareness, that the mysterious depth in his eyes came from constant access to this broader perspective. When the whistling finally ceased, Thomas found himself returning to ordinary awareness as if surfacing from deep water, the transition leaving him momentarily breathless. The stranger watched him with quiet understanding, no trace of surprise at his reaction. That's how it feels, the whistler said softly, when you truly listen to what the land has been trying to tell us all along. Thomas shook his head slightly, trying to integrate the experience with his practical understanding of the world. I've worked this land for over 20 years, he said, a defensive note entering his voice. Built something from nothing, through blizzards and droughts and everything in between. I've listened plenty. You've listened with a rancher's ears, the stranger acknowledged without criticism, attending to what the land can provide, what it might withhold, how it might challenge your plans. That's one kind of listening, he gestured toward the distant horizons. But there's an older way. hearing the land as entity rather than resource, as partner rather than possession. This perspective, so at odds with the frontier ethos of conquering and claiming wilderness, struck Thomas as simultaneously foreign and somehow deeply familiar, as if it resonated with something buried beneath layers of practical survival concerns and cultural conditioning. The native folks who lived here before, Thomas began, making connections to what Abigail had shared about indigenous beliefs regarding Windy Ridge. This is how they understood the territory? The stranger nodded. One of many understandings that will fade as the new era takes hold. Not entirely lost. Nothing is ever completely forgotten, but pushed to the margins, preserved in fragments by those who still remember how to listen. A comfortable silence settled between them as Thomas contemplated these ideas, watching the moon's slow progress across the star-filled sky. The persistent wind of the ridge seemed to carry new meaning now, its constant voice no longer merely meteorological phenomenon, but perhaps something more, the breath and voice of the land itself, as Abigail had suggested. "Why me?" Thomas finally asked, the question that had been forming throughout their conversation. "Why can I hear your whistling when others in the area haven't mentioned it? Why reveal yourself to me tonight?" The stranger considered him thoughtfully before answering. "Some are better attuned to certain frequencies," he explained. "You've developed a relationship with this land that goes deeper than mere ownership, whether you've recognized it consciously or not." He gestured toward Thomas's distant ranch. "You've worked with the land rather than simply imposing your will upon it. That creates resonance." He turned his gaze back to the vast panorama below. "As for why tonight, change is coming that will affect everyone, but particularly those like yourself caught between the closing frontier and the advancing civilization. You're placed to help others navigate this transition, if you choose to embrace that role." "I'm just a rancher," Thomas protested, uncomfortable with the implied responsibility. "Not a politician or a leader of any kind. Leadership takes many forms," the stranger replied simply. "Sometimes the most important guidance comes from those who demonstrate rather than dictate, who adapt rather than resist." As if sensing Thomas had reached his capacity for such profound conversation, the whistler stood, stretching slightly after his long period of sitting. "It's getting late, and you promised your wife you'd return before midnight." Thomas blinked in surprise, certain he hadn't mentioned this detail to the stranger. "How did you know that?" The whistler smiled enigmatically. "The wind carries more than just music, Mr. Hargrove." He gestured toward the path leading down the ridge. "I'll continue my vigil here, but you should head back. Your family's waiting." Thomas rose, feeling oddly reluctant to end this unusual encounter despite the late hour and the strangeness of it all. He had come seeking practical answers about a mysterious sound, and instead found himself confronting ideas that challenged his fundamental understanding of the land he'd called home for more than 2 decades. "Will I see you again?" he asked, already knowing the answer would be as cryptic as the man himself. "The whistling will continue until the change has fully arrived," the stranger replied, confirming Thomas's expectation. "Whether we speak again depends on many factors, including your own choices in the days to come." He extended his hand in the universal frontier gesture of respect between equals. "Safe journey home, Mr. Hargrove." Thomas shook the offered hand, noting its strength and the calluses that spoke of a life of physical work not unlike his own. "Never did get your name," he observed. The whistler's eyes crinkled with genuine amusement. "Names have power, especially in thin places like this ridge. Let's just say I've been called many things across the years, but the Whistler suits me well enough for now." With this final cryptic statement hanging between them, Thomas nodded farewell and began his careful descent down the rocky slope. Behind him, the haunting melody resumed. Once again, the familiar home on the range, its notes of longing for frontier paradise, carrying new layers of meaning after their conversation about the territory's impending transformation. By the time Thomas reached his horse at the base of the ridge, the whistling had faded to a distant thread of sound that seemed to merge with the constant voice of the wind itself. The ride home passed in thoughtful silence, his mind replaying fragments of the strange conversation and trying to integrate what he'd learned with his practical concerns about the ranch and his family's future. The ranch house windows glowed with welcoming lamplight as he approached, Elena's silhouette visible through the kitchen window where she clearly waited despite the late hour. As Thomas dismounted and led his horse toward the stable, the front door opened, spilling additional light across the yard. "Thomas," Elena called, relief evident in her voice. "Did you find anything?" He secured his horse before joining her on the porch, suddenly unsure how to explain his encounter with the mysterious Whistler. How could he describe the strange conversation about change and transitions, about different ways of listening to the land, about thin places where ordinary rules seemed suspended? "I found him," Thomas said simply as they moved inside, where James had also waited up, eager for news. "A man, not a ghost, though there's something different about him." In the warm familiarity of their kitchen, Thomas recounted the experience, trying to capture both the mundane reality of the Whistler as flesh and blood and the undeniable strangeness that surrounded him. He described their conversation about impending statehood and the changes it would bring, watching understanding dawn in Elena's perceptive eyes. "So, Miller wasn't entirely wrong," James mused when Thomas finished his account. "Not a ghost exactly, but not quite an ordinary man either. Something in between, perhaps," Eleanor suggested, her expression thoughtful as she poured them all fresh coffee. "Like the land itself, tangible, yet holding mysteries we'll never fully comprehend." Thomas nodded, grateful for his family's ability to accept the unexplained without either dismissing it entirely or embracing fantastical explanations. Whatever or whoever he is, his warning about statehood coming sooner than expected seems worth heeding. We should start preparing for the changes it will bring. They discussed practical implications until well past midnight. Potential new regulations affecting water rights, changes to property laws, increased taxation, the likely influx of new settlers as improved transportation and perceived stability made the region more attractive to Eastern families seeking fresh starts. If statehood's really coming within a year, we should consider purchasing that adjoining section to the north, Elena suggested, always the strategic thinker in their partnership. Once formal surveying begins under state authority, land prices will rise quickly, and we should finalize agreements with the other ranchers about shared grazing rights, Thomas added, seeing the wisdom in her suggestion. Written contracts that will stand up under new state laws rather than the handshake deals that have sufficed until now. James listened intently to this practical discussion, but his expression suggested his thoughts remained with the more mysterious aspects of the Whistler. "Do you think he's been around since before settlers came here?" he asked during a lull in the conversation. The way he talked about watching territories change, about the native people's understanding of the land. Thomas considered the question seriously. "I don't know, son. He didn't look ancient, but there was something in his eyes." He shook his head, unable to articulate the sense of deep time he'd perceived in the stranger. Whatever his true nature, I believe he meant what he said about change coming. And that's what we need to focus on now. The whistling continued each night as weeks passed. Thomas found himself listening for it, with a strange mixture of anticipation and melancholy, recognizing it now as both beautiful music and countdown to profound change. James, intrigued by his father's account, often joined him on the porch in the evenings, both of them watching the distant ridge as the haunting melody drifted across the plains. One evening, James approached his father with unusual seriousness. "I want to meet him," he said simply, "the whistler. I want to hear what he has to say directly." Thomas considered his son thoughtfully. At 17, James had demonstrated both good judgment and necessary caution, earning his father's trust through consistent responsibility, and the whistler himself had shown no signs of malevolence, only mysterious connection to the land and its transitions. Said, whether he spoke to others would depend partly on their own choices, Thomas recalled. "I can't guarantee he'll reveal himself to you as he did to me. But I could try," James persisted. "Just go up there at sunset, listen to the whistling closer to its source, see what happens." After further consideration, Thomas nodded agreement. "Tomorrow evening, we'll ride out together." The following evening, father and son rode out as the sun began its descent toward the western horizon. They reached the base of Windy Ridge just as the first stars appeared, securing their horses near the juniper where Thomas had tethered his mount during his previous visit. The constant wind that gave the ridge its name seemed especially active this evening, carrying complex harmonies as it moved through rock formations and sparse vegetation. "The whistling should start soon," Thomas said as they began their ascent on foot. Usually commences around sunset, continues for several hours. As they approached the natural terrace where Thomas had encountered the whistler, the first notes of melody drifted through the gathering darkness. Red River Valley. Tonight, its gentle melancholy speaking of partings and remembrance. James halted mid-step, his face registering wonder as the music reached him with unexpected clarity and emotional impact. "It's so..." he began, then shook his head, unable to find adequate words for the experience. "I know," Thomas acknowledged, understanding precisely what his son couldn't articulate. "Different when you hear it directly, isn't it?" They continued upward with increased care, the whistling growing incrementally louder as they neared its source. When they reached the edge of the terrace, Thomas gestured for James to remain slightly behind while he called out, "Evening, friend. I've brought my son to hear your music properly." For a moment, only the persistent wind and continuing melody answered him. Then the whistling paused, and the same melodious voice Thomas remembered responded from the darkness. "Mr. Hargrove, you return with new ears to listen. Approach, both of you." Thomas gestured James forward, and together they rounded the rocky outcropping. There, seated on the same weathered boulder at the terrace's edge, was the whistler. Appearing exactly as Thomas remembered him, from the practical frontier clothing to the well-maintained mustache and the depth of experience reflected in his eyes. "This is my son, James," Thomas introduced formally. The whistler nodded acknowledgement. "Young Mr. Hargrove, you've been curious about me." James straightened slightly under the stranger's direct gaze, managing to find his voice despite evident awe. "Yes, sir. I've heard your whistling every night, wondering who could make music that carries such feeling." A smile touched the whistler's weathered features. "Music speaks what words cannot, especially in places like this ridge, where the wind itself wishes to be heard." He gestured toward the vast panorama spread below them, now silver-washed by moonlight. "Your father began to understand during his visit. Perhaps you will hear something different yet equally important." With this cryptic observation, the whistler returned his attention to the distant horizon and resumed his melody, shifting now to a tune neither Thomas nor James immediately recognized, something that contained elements of both frontier ballads and native harmonies interwoven in complex patterns. As they listened, Thomas noticed James's expression gradually transforming, moving from initial wonder through deepening concentration to what appeared to be genuine revelation, as if the music was speaking directly to him in ways Thomas himself couldn't fully access. The young man's gaze remained fixed on the distant horizons, even as tears gathered at the corners of his eyes, suggesting emotional impact beyond normal aesthetic appreciation. For nearly an hour, they remained in this strange communion, the whistler creating his haunting melody, James receiving it with increasingly profound connection, and Thomas observing them both. No words were exchanged during this time, none seemingly necessary, as the whistling itself carried all essential communication. Finally, as if reaching natural conclusion, the melody faded into simple wind sound once more. The whistler turned to regard them both, his expression suggesting satisfaction with what had transpired. "You heard it," he said to James, not quite a question but confirmation of shared understanding. James nodded, wiping moisture from his eyes without embarrassment. "The land's voice," he replied simply. "What it remembers, what it hopes, what it fears." The whistler smiled fully then, rare warmth breaking through his typically enigmatic demeanor. "Yes, precisely that." He turned to include Thomas in his gaze. "The son hears differently than the father, yet both perspectives are needed for complete understanding." Thomas felt no jealousy at this observation, only pride in his son's evident sensitivity to dimensions he himself might never fully perceive. If James possessed greater attunement to the land's more subtle communications, this represented valuable complement to Thomas's own practical knowledge. "The change is coming," James said hesitantly, still processing whatever insights the music had conveyed to him. "They're necessary, but painful too, like growing pains for the territory itself." The whistler nodded approval of this assessment. "Transitions always contain both creation and destruction, gain and loss simultaneously. The wisdom lies in navigating that duality, without denying either aspect." He rose then, stretching as if their visit had reached its natural conclusion. "You should return home before your mother worries, but perhaps you'll come again, young Mr. Hargrove. The ridge welcomes those who truly listen." As they prepared to depart, Thomas felt impelled to ask one final question. "Will you remain until statehood becomes official? Until the change is complete?" The whistler considered this thoughtfully before responding. "My vigil continues while the land itself remains in transition between states of being. Not merely political designation, but deeper transformation in how people perceive and relate to this territory." He gestured toward the vast landscape spread below them. "When new balance establishes itself, my purpose here concludes, until the next significant transition requires acknowledgement." With this cryptic yet somehow satisfying answer, they took their leave, descending the ridge in contemplative silence. The whistling resumed behind them, following their descent with gradually diminishing volume until it merged once more with the ridge's persistent wind voice. In the weeks that followed, James made several additional visits to Windy Ridge at sunset, sometimes accompanied by Thomas, but increasingly on his own, as his father's confidence in his maturity and judgment solidified. Each time, the young man returned with new insights about the territory's past and potential future, gradually developing unique perspective that blended practical ranching knowledge with deeper philosophical understanding of their place within the land's ongoing narrative. One evening, as Thomas worked in the small office where he maintained ranch records, Elena entered with a newspaper from the territorial capital. "Look at this," she said, pointing to a small article buried on the third page. "The governor submitted formal petition for statehood last month. They're expecting approval within the year." Thomas studied the article with growing amazement. The timeline matched precisely what the Whistler had told him before another full cycle of seasons, confirming the stranger possessed information unavailable to most territorial residents. More significantly, the official submission date corresponded almost exactly with when they had first begun hearing the whistling from Windy Ridge. "New," Thomas murmured. "He appeared right when the process formally began." "Just as Abigail said," Elena nodded. "He comes when change is beginning, stays until it's fully in motion." This confirmation of the Whistler's accuracy lent additional weight to his broader observations about the relationship between people and land, the different ways of listening, the perspective that viewed landscape as partner rather than possession. If he had been right about impending statehood, perhaps his other insights contained equal validity, despite their challenge to conventional frontier thinking. In the days that followed, Thomas found himself viewing his ranch and surrounding territory with subtly altered perception, noticing aspects he had previously overlooked in his focus on practical concerns. The way certain rock formations caught morning light, creating momentary sculptures of shadow and illumination. The complex patterns wind created in tall grasses, like invisible hands stroking a living canvas. The distinctive voices of different weather systems as they moved across the plains, each carrying its own particular quality, beyond mere meteorological characteristics. This heightened awareness didn't diminish his practical engagement with ranching duties. He still mended fences, cared for livestock, calculated profit margins, and planned for seasonal challenges with the same attention to detail that had made his operation successful. But alongside these necessary activities, he developed growing appreciation for the land's intrinsic identity, beyond its utilitarian value, its beauty, its history, its patient endurance of human activities that represented mere moments in its geological time frame. The night before the official statehood ceremony, Thomas stood on his porch with Elena and James, all three listening intently for the familiar melody from Windy Ridge. For the first time in months, no whistling disturbed the evening's ordinary sounds. Just wind through grass, distant coyote calls, and the soft lowing of cattle settling for the night. "He's gone," Eleanor said softly, her perception now attuned enough to recognize the whistler's absence rather than merely failing to notice his presence. Thomas nodded, feeling strange mixture of loss and completion. His purpose here is fulfilled. The transition moves forward now without need for his acknowledgement. James gazed thoughtfully toward the ridge, its distinctive silhouette dark against the star-filled sky. He leaves something behind, though. Not just memories of his music, but awareness. Those who heard him can't perceive the land quite the same way afterward. This observation captured precisely what Thomas himself had experienced, a fundamental shift in perspective that integrated practical utilization with deeper appreciation for the territory's intrinsic identity beyond human designations and developments. The Whistler's greatest gift had not been specific warnings about impending statehood, but invitation into more balanced relationship with the land itself, regardless of its political status. "The ridge remains a thin place," Thomas noted, recalling Abigail's description of locations where different realms of existence intersected. "Even without his presence, it continues to speak for those willing to listen properly." As if confirming this assessment, a particularly strong gust of wind swept across the plains from the direction of Windy Ridge, carrying complex harmonies that momentarily resembled deliberate melody before dissolving back into ordinary atmospheric movement. All three Hargroves exchanged knowing glances, recognizing this phenomenon not as continuation of the Whistler's music, but as reminder that the land itself possessed voice independent of human interpretation or acknowledgement. The following day, as formal statehood ceremony proceeded in the territorial capital, with appropriate political speeches and celebrations, Thomas and his family chose simpler commemoration, more aligned with their enhanced understanding of the transition's deeper significance. Together, they rode to a particular overlook that offered expansive views of their ranch, surrounding plains and distant mountains. There, with Windy Ridge visible on the horizon, they shared quiet picnic while discussing both practical implications of new state status and philosophical reflections on what remained constant beneath these superficial changes. The land itself, patient, enduring, and ultimately beyond complete human comprehension despite generations of settlement and utilization, would incorporate this latest transition into its ongoing narrative, just as it had absorbed countless previous transformation. As afternoon sunlight bathed the landscape in golden illumination that emphasized its timeless beauty, Thomas found himself unexpectedly whistling, not with the mysterious stranger's supernatural skill, but with simple human appreciation for the territory that had shaped his family's identity and would continue influencing future generations, regardless of political designations or economic development. The tune was Home on the Range, its familiar lyrics about the place where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day, carrying new layers of meaning after months of listening to the Whistler's more profound musical communications. Not mere sentimental glorification of frontier existence, but genuine acknowledgement of connection between people and place that transcended temporary conditions and challenges. Eleanor and James joined him, their voices blending in harmonies that echoed across the open landscape, not attempting to replicate the Whistler's otherworldly melodies, but offering their own human tribute to the land that sustained them through its continuing cycles of change and renewal. As their voices faded into comfortable silence, Thomas sensed subtle shift in the constant wind, not the Whistler's return, but perhaps acknowledgement from whatever deeper consciousness animated the territory itself, recognizing their attempt at proper communication, even without supernatural mediation. "We'll be all right," Elena said softly, her gaze encompassing their ranch, the surrounding plains, and the ridge in the distance. "Whatever changes statehood brings, the essential things remain." Thomas nodded agreement, finding perfect balance in her simple statement between practical confidence in their ability to adapt and deeper philosophical acceptance of continuous transformation as natural condition rather than catastrophe requiring resistance. James smiled, his young face reflecting maturity beyond his years as he added, "And we know how to listen now, really listen, to what the land has been trying to tell us all along." This, Thomas realized, represented the Whistler's true legacy. Not specific warnings about political developments, but invitation into more conscious relationship with the territory that recognized its identity beyond mere resource or backdrop for human activities. The mysterious figure had departed, his vigil complete for this particular transition, yet what he had awakened in those attentive enough to hear his melodies would continue shaping their perception and decisions through whatever changes lay ahead. Somewhere in the distance, beyond ordinary human perception, perhaps the land itself listened and understood. As the sun sets on our tale of the Whistler of Windy Ridge, We leave Thomas Hargrove and his family with a newfound connection to the land they call home, their ears now attuned to melodies carried on the wind that most will never hear. But the frontier holds many such mysteries, each whispering its own story to those willing to listen. Tonight, we journey to another corner of this vast landscape, where different lights guide our way through the darkness. Join us as we discover the lanterns of Ghost Mountain, where illumination takes the place of melody, and ancient pathways reveal secrets of their own. The last rays of sun stretched across the valley as Thomas Morgan guided his horse along the winding trail that skirted the edge of Ghost Mountain. A seasoned frontiersman at 43, Thomas had traversed nearly every path in New Hanover and the neighboring territories, yet this particular route, a narrow track that disappeared into the dense pines climbing the mountain's western slope, remained unfamiliar. The dying light painted the surrounding landscape in rich amber hues, transforming ordinary rocks and trees into sculptures of gold and shadow. His horse, a dappled grey mare named Silver, moved with cautious steps, ears twitching forward then back, sensing something in the gathering dusk that escaped her rider's perception. "Easy girl," Thomas murmured, his voice low and soothing against the deepening silence of approaching night. The mare snorted softly but continued forward, hooves finding purchase on the rocky trail that grew steeper with each passing minute. Thomas had not intended to be on this remote path as darkness fell. His original plan, delivering supplies to the mining camp at Beaver Hollow, then returning to Valentine before sunset, had been derailed by an unexpected encounter with a traveler whose wagon had broken an axle near Caliban's seat. The delay in helping the stranded family had cost precious daylight, pushing his return journey dangerously close to nightfall. Now, with the sun fully disappeared behind distant mountains and only a faint glow remaining on the western horizon, Thomas faced an uncomfortable choice. Push forward along an unfamiliar trail in growing darkness, or make camp in territory known for its unpredictable wildlife and, if local stories held any truth, supernatural phenomena that manifested after dark. Neither option offered particular comfort, but the steadily dropping temperature and a sky that promised clear visibility under moonlight tipped his decision toward continued travel. "We'll follow this trail a while longer," he informed Silver, patting her neck as one might reassure a nervous child. "If it doesn't improve soon, we'll find a sheltered spot to wait for morning." The horse responded with a soft nickering sound that Thomas chose to interpret as agreement, though her tensed muscles beneath him suggested otherwise. Something about this place affected the normally steady mare, putting her on edge in a way that kindled Thomas's own uneasiness. As full darkness settled around them like a heavy blanket, the forest took on that peculiar quality of nighttime wilderness, simultaneously open and claustrophobic, with shadows that seemed to breathe and move independent of the subtle wind that whispered through pine needles overhead. Thomas was no stranger to traveling after dark, having spent much of his adult life moving through territories where established roads remained aspirational concepts rather than physical realities, but 10 times as apprehensive. This night, for some reason, he had developed the frontiersman's acute night vision and attentiveness to subtle sounds that might signal danger or opportunity. Yet something about Ghost Mountain felt different from the countless other remote locations he had traversed after sunset. Perhaps it was the stories he'd heard in Valentine's saloon, tales shared by weather-beaten trappers and silver-tongued drifters who claimed that strange lights appeared on the mountain slopes after dark, lanterns carried by no living hands, moving with purpose through areas too treacherous for human passage. Some attributed these apparitions to the ghosts of the original settlers, who had perished during the harsh winter of '82, when snow had buried the nascent community that once existed high on the mountain's eastern face. Others suggested more ancient origins, pointing to native legends of spirit guides who had walked these lands long before European boots had pressed their print into American soil. Thomas had dismissed such stories as the natural product of whiskey, isolation, and the human tendency to populate darkness with manifestations of internal fears. Yet now, as Silver picked her way carefully along a trail barely visible in the weak moonlight filtering through pine boughs, he found those dismissed tales resurfacing in his mind with uncomfortable vividness. Foolishness, he muttered to himself, deliberately focusing on the practical concerns of navigation and the increasing steepness of the path that now curved north rather than west as he had expected. This deviation from his mental map of the territory suggested he had perhaps taken a wrong turn earlier, following this unknown trail rather than the established route that would have led him down toward the Dakota River and eventually to Valentine. The realization brought a tightening to his chest, not fear exactly, but the distinct discomfort of a man who prided himself on competent self-reliance, now facing the prospect of being genuinely lost as temperature dropped and true night claimed the mountain. It was at this moment of dawning concern that Thomas first noticed the light. At first, he mistook it for a star glimpsed through a gap in the forest canopy, a single point of warm yellow illumination that seemed to hover at the edge of the trail ahead. He blinked, expecting it to disappear or reveal itself as merely starlight, or perhaps the distant lamp of a homestead. Instead, it remained steady, neither twinkling like a celestial body, nor showing the slight movements of a lamp carried by human hands. Silver had stopped without command, her attention fixed on the light with ears forward in alert curiosity, rather than the flattened anxiety that would signal perceived danger. Thomas remained motionless as well, studying the mysterious illumination with the careful assessment that had kept him alive through 2 decades of frontier existence. The light was too low for a star, too steady for a firefly, and too isolated for a settlement. It hung approximately 6 feet above the ground, with the soft, diffused glow of a lantern partially shuttered against wind. "Hello," Thomas called, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet forest. No response came, though he hadn't truly expected one. The light remained stationary for several more heartbeats. Then, in a motion so smooth it appeared almost liquid, began moving deeper into the forest, following what might have been a trail invisible in the surrounding darkness. A warning prickled along Thomas's spine, that instinctive caution that had preserved him through encounters with everything from aggressive wildlife to desperate outlaws. Yet alongside this caution arose something else, a strange certainty that the light represented guidance rather than threat. Silver seemed to share this assessment, for when Thomas gently pressed his heels against her sides, she moved forward willingly, following the bobbing lantern that maintained a consistent distance ahead. "This is madness," Thomas told himself, even as he continued forward, following strange lights into unknown territory after dark. Yet something about the light's movement, purposeful without being hurried, maintaining perfect position to illuminate the path ahead without revealing its source, suggested benevolent intent rather than the malicious misdirection attributed to will-o'-the-wisps in stories from his childhood. As they proceeded, Thomas noted with increasing certainty that they followed an actual trail, though one long untraveled by human feet. The path wove between massive pine trunks and around boulder formations that loomed like sleeping giants in the faint moonlight. The mysterious lantern maintained its position approximately 50 yards ahead, never accelerating beyond Silver's comfortable walking pace, nor disappearing around bends in the trail. Each time, Thomas feared they might lose sight of it. The light would pause momentarily, as if ensuring its followers remained oriented, before continuing onward. After perhaps 20 minutes of this strange procession, Thomas noticed a second light join the first, identical in its warm yellow glow, appearing suddenly from behind a large rock formation to the right of the trail. The two lights continued forward in perfect tandem, maintaining identical height and pace, with a coordination impossible for separate human bearers navigating difficult terrain in darkness. Shortly thereafter, a third light emerged from the forest to the left, falling into formation with the others to create a trio of identical illuminations leading deeper into Ghost Mountain's embrace. Silver showed no concern at this multiplication of their mysterious guides, continuing forward with the steady certainty of an animal following instinct rather than reasoned assessment. Thomas, however, felt his unease return with greater intensity. One unexplained light might be attributed to natural phenomena or distant human activity. Three matching lights moving in perfect coordination suggested something beyond conventional explanation. "We should turn back," he told Silver, though he made no move to redirect her course. Something beyond rational understanding kept him following those gentle beacons. Perhaps the same instinct that guides migratory birds across vast distances, or returns spawning salmon to their birthplace against impossible odds. The lights conveyed a sense of rightness, of intentional guidance toward required destination that overrode the cautious skepticism that had preserved Thomas through countless frontier dangers. As their journey continued, the trail began to descend, winding its way through a series of switchbacks that suggested deliberate construction rather than natural formation. The trio of lights maintained their position ahead, illuminating each turn with soft golden radiance that seemed to extend just far enough to reveal safe passage without dispelling the surrounding darkness. The air grew noticeably warmer as they lost elevation, and the scent of pine gave way to the richer aromas of meadow grasses and flowering plants not typically found at higher altitudes. Thomas realized they were being led towards some kind of valley nestled within Ghost Mountain's formidable slopes, a place invisible from surrounding territories and unreachable except through the specific trail they now traversed. His initial concern about being led astray had gradually transformed into intense curiosity about their destination and the nature of the lights that guided them with such deliberate care. After nearly an hour of descent, the trail opened suddenly onto a sight that drew an involuntary gasp from Thomas's lips. Spread before them lay a small valley, perhaps half a mile across, perfectly circular, as if carved by divine hand rather than natural erosion. Moonlight revealed a meadow carpeted in wildflowers that swayed gently in the night breeze, surrounding a perfectly still pond at the valley's center that reflected stars like a mirror of polished obsidian. At the far edge of this hidden paradise stood a collection of structures, log cabins arranged in a semicircle around what appeared to be a central gathering place. The three lights that had guided them moved directly toward this settlement, maintaining their perfect formation as they crossed the meadow with the same unhurried purpose that had characterized their earlier movement through the forest. Silver followed without hesitation, hooves making barely a whisper against the lush grass that seemed to welcome their passage with subtle yielding. As they approached the cabins, Thomas noted with growing wonder that the structures showed no signs of the abandonment or decay one would expect from a settlement long deserted. The logs remained solid and well fitted, roofs intact, small gardens visible beside each dwelling, seemingly tended despite the absence of visible occupants. A large fire pit occupied the central area, laid with wood stacked in perfect readiness for lighting, surrounded by log benches worn smooth by what must have been years of use. The guiding lights came to rest at the edge of this gathering place, hanging motionless in the air as if awaiting Thomas's arrival. As Silver carried him into the semicircle of cabins, the lights began to change, not dimming exactly, but transforming, becoming more diffuse while simultaneously more defined. Thomas watched in silent amazement as the lights gradually took on human-like shapes, forming translucent silhouettes of indistinct gender and age that emanated soft golden radiance from within, rather than from any carried lantern. Silver showed no fear at this transformation, coming to a relaxed halt at the edge of the fire pit, as if arriving at a familiar destination after a long journey. Thomas remained mounted, uncertain whether to flee from this impossible sight or remain to witness whatever might occur next. Before he could decide, a voice broke the silence, not emanating from the luminous figures but from behind him, startlingly human and entirely corporeal. "They've guided another one to us, I see." Thomas turned sharply, hand instinctively moving toward the revolver holstered at his hip, though he stopped short of drawing the weapon. Standing at the entrance to the largest cabin was an elderly woman, her silver hair catching moonlight like polished metal, deep lines etched into a face that suggested decades of outdoor living. She wore a simple dress of homespun fabric, a woolen shawl wrapped around thin shoulders against the night chill, and regarded Thomas with eyes that held neither surprise nor concern at his unexpected arrival. "Who are you?" Thomas asked, his voice steadier than he might have expected given the circumstances. "And what are they?" He gestured toward the luminous figures that remained motionless at the edge of the gathering place, their glow casting gentle illumination across the central area. The old woman smiled, moving forward with the careful steps of advanced age. "My name is Eleanor Blackwood. As for them," she nodded toward the lights, "they're the original settlers of Ghost Mountain, or what remains of them at least. They find travelers who've lost their way and guide them here to safety." Thomas dismounted slowly, keeping cautious attention on both the mysterious lights and this unexpected human inhabitant of what should have been an abandoned location. "Lost travelers," he repeated, processing this information against his own circumstances. "I took a wrong turn on my way back to Valentine, but how did they know? And why bring me here specifically?" Eleanor approached the fire pit, kneeling with practiced ease despite her years to strike a match against one of the logs. The prepared kindling caught immediately, small flames growing with surprising speed to illuminate the area more fully. In the expanded glow, Thomas noticed details previously hidden by darkness: carved symbols along the log benches, small stone arrangements at the cardinal points surrounding the gathering place, bundles of dried herbs hanging from an overhead structure that partially sheltered the fire pit. "They know because watching is what they do now," Eleanor explained, settling onto one of the benches and gesturing for Thomas to join her. "As for bringing you here, this valley offers safety to those who need it. Something about your journey tonight suggested you required our particular form of sanctuary." Silver had wandered to a nearby hitching post, helping herself to water from a trough that appeared recently filled. Thomas noted this with bemused acceptance before taking a seat across from Eleanor, close enough to converse comfortably, yet maintaining distance that acknowledged the strangeness of their meeting. "You speak as if this happens regularly," he observed, watching as the luminous figures slowly dispersed, moving toward the surrounding cabins without completely disappearing. Their glow diminished, but remained visible through windows and open doorways, creating the impression of inhabited dwellings, despite the apparent absence of physical residence. "Regular enough," Eleanor confirmed with a slight nod. "Perhaps once or twice each month, more frequently during harsh weather when trouble stirs in the surrounding territories. The lanterns guide those who need finding, lost travelers like yourself, folks fleeing danger, sometimes even souls close to crossing who deserve peaceful passage. Thomas considered this extraordinary statement, with the measured assessment that had become his nature through years of frontier living. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed such claims as the delusions of isolation, or perhaps calculated deception. Yet his own experience following mysterious lights through unmapped forest to discover this hidden valley demanded acknowledgement that something beyond ordinary explanation was occurring. "You said our sanctuary," he noted after a moment of thoughtful silence. "Are there others like you here? Living people, I mean." Eleanor's weathered face creased in a smile that conveyed both amusement and appreciation for his careful distinction. "There's young Jamie, though he's out checking trap lines and won't return until morning. And occasionally others who've found their way here choose to stay for a time. Days, weeks, sometimes years. I myself arrived nearly 2 decades ago and never found sufficient reason to leave." She gestured toward the surrounding cabins, where the soft glow of the spectral inhabitants created an impression of community, despite their insubstantial nature. "The original settlers built this place as a haven, you see. 7 families who sought isolation from a world they found increasingly hostile to their beliefs. They constructed it together, lived in harmony with each other and the mountain, until the winter of '82 brought snows deeper than any living memory. Cut off from hunting grounds and supply routes, they survived on dwindling stores until February, when the last of them passed." Thomas glanced toward the illuminated cabins, imagining families struggling through that deadly winter, their sufferings transformed now into these gentle beacons that guided others to safety. "Why do they remain?" he asked quietly. "What holds them to this place?" "Not torment or unfinished business, if that's your concern," Eleanor assured him, her tone suggesting familiarity with such assumptions. "They stay because this valley was their chosen sanctuary in life, and they decided it should serve the same purpose after death. This mountain claims many travelers. Through accident, exposure, or misadventure, the settlers' lights guide those they can towards safety, offering direction when paths become unclear." A fire crackled between them, sending sparks spiraling upward towards stars that seemed impossibly bright and close in this sheltered valley. Thomas found himself relaxing, despite the extraordinary nature of both location and conversation, some deep instinct confirming that neither Eleanor nor the spectral lights intended harm. "You mentioned others who stayed," he prompted, after comfortable silence had stretched between them. "People like yourself, who found this place and remained." Eleanor nodded, reaching toward a kettle that Thomas hadn't noticed hanging near the fire. With practiced movements, she prepared 2 cups of tea, offering one to Thomas before responding to his implicit question. "Each has their own story," she said, blowing gently across her steaming cup. "I was a widow fleeing memories too painful to live alongside. Jamie was an orphaned boy, no more than 12 when the lanterns led him here after outlaws killed his family at their homestead near Emerald Ranch. Others came seeking refuge from various storms, some weather-made, others human in origin. The valley offers what each needs most: peace, purpose, separation from a world grown too harsh or Thomas accepted the tea with murmured thanks, noting its unfamiliar herbal fragrance as he considered Eleanor's explanation. The concept of sanctuary resonated deeply, touching something long buried beneath years of self-sufficient wandering. Though he maintained a small cabin near Valentine and occasional employment with local ranchers, Thomas had not experienced genuine belonging since losing his wife and infant daughter to cholera nearly 15 years earlier. His existence had become one of perpetual motion, competent survival without meaningful connection. And the inhabitants, he gestured toward the glowing cabins, searching for appropriate terminology. They accept these arrangements? Welcome strangers into their settlement? They chose this purpose, Eleanor replied simply. Guiding lost souls to safety and offering sanctuary to those who need it honors what they valued in life. They retain awareness, you see, not exactly as you or I experience consciousness, but something adjacent to it. They recognize visitors, respond to respect or its absence, communicate in their way with those who remain here long enough to learn their pattern. Thomas absorbed this extraordinary information with a frontiersman's pragmatic acceptance of realities that defied conventional explanation. The wilderness had shown him enough inexplicable phenomena over the years. Lights in the northern sky that moved like dancers, animals that appeared impossibly aware of future events, strange formations that seemed to shift location between visits, that he had developed a certain flexibility regarding the boundaries between known and unknown. "You're welcome to stay the night," Eleanor offered, correctly interpreting his thoughtful silence as processing rather than rejection. "Your mare has already made herself comfortable, and there's a cabin kept ready for visitors. In the morning, Jamie can guide you back to the main trail. He knows every path on this mountain." The invitation carried no pressure, presented as simple hospitality rather than enigmatic enticement. Thomas found himself accepting with genuine gratitude the prospect of proper shelter after what had promised to be an uncomfortable night on the trail, appealing to practical considerations beyond curiosity about this unexpected sanctuary. Eleanor showed him to a small but well-maintained cabin at the edge of the semicircle. A neat bed with clean linens occupied one corner, a stone fireplace dominated the wall opposite the door, and simple furnishings, a table, chair, washstand with pitcher and basin, provided necessary comforts without ostentation. Most remarkably, the fire was already lit, crackling with welcome warmth, though no human hand had prepared it for his arrival. "The settlers look after their guests," Eleanor explained, noting his surprise at the prepared accommodation. "They remember what comfort means to flesh and blood, even if they no longer require such considerations themselves." She bid him good night, with the casual ease of routine hospitality, rather than the heightened awareness their extraordinary circumstances might have warranted. Left alone, Thomas tended to Silver's needs, though he found the mare already provided with fresh hay and water by unseen hands, before returning to the cabin to settle for the night. Despite the strangeness of his situation, he found himself drifting towards sleep with unexpected ease, the gentle glow visible through his window creating a sense of security rather than unease. His dreams that night were unusually vivid yet peaceful. Images of the valley through different seasons, glimpses of daily life among the original settlers, moments of shared work and celebration untouched by the hardship that would eventually claim them. Though these visions featured people he had never met, in places he had never witnessed, they carried the authentic weight of genuine memory, rather than imagination's lighter touch. Thomas woke at dawn, feeling more rested than he had in years, despite the relatively short duration of his sleep. Stepping outside his cabin, he found the valley transformed by morning light, wildflowers more vibrant than moonlight had revealed, the central pond reflecting perfect blue sky, surrounding forest glowing emerald green against the darker mountain slopes beyond. No sign remained of the spectral lights that had occupied the cabins, though Thomas sensed their presence remained in some form less visible by daylight. A young man of perhaps 20 years approached from the direction of the forest, carrying a string of rabbits and a canvas pack that suggested successful foraging beyond hunting. His weathered clothing and confident movement through the settlement identified him as Jamie, the trapper Eleanor had mentioned the previous evening. "Morning," the young man called with casual friendliness. "Eleanor says you found your way here with some help from our permanent residents." Thomas nodded, accepting this matter-of-fact reference to supernatural guidance with frontier practicality. "They found me when I'd taken a wrong turn after dark, led me here along a trail I'd never have discovered otherwise." Jamie hung his rabbits on a rack near what appeared to be a smokehouse before joining Thomas near the central fire pit, where embers from the previous night remained cherry red beneath a layer of white ash. "They do that," he agreed, stoking the fire with practiced efficiency. "Been doing it since long before I arrived. Eleanor says they guided folks even when the original families were still alive, turning back those who meant harm, leading lost travelers to their doorstep when they needed shelter." There was something compelling about Jamie's casual acceptance of these extraordinary circumstances. The ease of someone who had integrated supernatural elements into his understanding of how the world functioned. Thomas found himself responding in kind, discussing the previous night's experience with the same practical assessment he might apply to unusual weather patterns or wildlife behavior. Eleanor joined them as coffee brewed over the rekindled fire, bringing freshly baked biscuits that suggested she had risen well before dawn. The three shared breakfast with comfortable conversation, discussing practical matters of routes back to Valentine, conditions of surrounding trails, recent developments in nearby settlements that might affect Thomas's journey. "Will you show our guest the memorial before he leaves?" Eleanor asked Jamie as they finished their meal, the question carrying significance beyond simple sightseeing suggestion. Jamie nodded, understanding apparent in his expression. "If he's interested. It's a fair piece up the eastern slope, about an hour's climb from here." Thomas recognized the exchange as offering more than casual information, an invitation to deeper understanding of this place and its unusual inhabitants. "I'd welcome seeing it," he confirmed, curiosity piqued by the subtle significance both attached to this unspecified landmark. After breakfast concluded and dishes were attended to with the efficient routine of established household, Jamie led Thomas toward a trail that wound upward from the valley's eastern edge. Silver remained contentedly grazing in a paddock near the cabins, showing no inclination to join this exploration of steeper terrain. The path they followed appeared well maintained, though infrequently used, cutting through dense forest before emerging onto rockier ground as they gained elevation. "Eleanor found this place not long after she arrived," Jamie explained as they climbed. "Or maybe it found her. That's how she tells it sometimes. Either way, it helped her understand why the settlers remain and what they hope to accomplish through their continued presence." Thomas noted the young man's thoughtful articulation, at odds with the rough speech typical of frontier trappers. Jamie carried himself with the physical confidence of someone raised in wilderness, but spoke with education, suggesting different origins than his current circumstances implied. "You weren't born to this life," Thomas observed as they paused to rest on a flat outcropping that offered views across the forested slopes below. Jamie smiled slightly, neither offended nor surprised by the assessment. "My father was a professor at a university back east. Brought the family west when he received appointment to document native languages before they disappeared. Outlaws killed him and my mother when I was 12, as Eleanor probably told you. The lanterns brought me here when I'd been wandering lost for days, half-starved and fully terrified." He gestured toward the valley visible below, its perfect circular shape even more apparent from their elevated position. "Found purpose here I wouldn't have discovered elsewhere. Eleanor taught me reading and figures beyond what my father had started. The settlers showed me how to live with the mountain rather than simply on it." There was comfortable acceptance in his tone, the perspective of someone who had processed tragedy without allowing it to define his entire existence. Thomas recognized something of his own journey in the younger man's story, though his own path had led through isolation rather than community, following similar loss. They continued upward for another 20 minutes before reaching their destination, a small plateau near Ghost Mountain's eastern face, overlooking territories that stretched toward distant horizons. Here stood a circle of 7 stone cairns, each approximately waist-high, arranged with perfect spacing around a central stone table carved with symbols Thomas didn't recognize, but instinctively identified as protective rather than threatening. The original families, Jamie explained, gesturing toward the cairns. Not where they're buried. Their actual resting places lie beneath the caverns in the valley, according to tradition of their homeland. These were raised as beacons, visible to their spirits when they first found themselves separated from physical form. Tomasz approached the central stone, noting small objects placed upon its surface. A child's wooden toy, a tarnished locket, a carved pipe, other personal items of obvious age and significance. Offerings, he asked, careful not to disturb these meaningful arrangements. Jamie nodded. Remembrances. Eleanor maintains them, replacing items that deteriorate, ensuring each family remains represented. She says it helps them maintain connection to their history, reinforces their chosen purpose rather than allowing them to fade into generalized haunting over time. There was something profoundly moving about this careful tending of memory, this acknowledgement that even spirits might benefit from reminders of their original identities and intentions. Thomas considered his own persistent isolation following his family's loss, how he had deliberately abandoned mementos and reminders in misguided attempt to escape pain, perhaps discarding connective threads that might have helped him process grief while maintaining meaningful relationship with what had been lost. As they stood in contemplative silence beside the memorial, Thomas noticed subtle change in the air around them. Not temperature or pressure exactly, but a quality of presence that reminded him of the previous night's encounter with the spectral guides. Though no visible manifestation appeared in daylight, he sensed awareness surrounding them, attention focused on their presence at this significant location. "They're here," Jamie confirmed quietly, observing Thomas's slight straightening as he registered the unseen presences. They gather at this place when visitors come to learn their story. Eleanor believes they draw strength from being remembered properly, not as frightening apparitions or tragic victims, but as people who lived with purpose and continue with intention. Thomas removed his hat in gesture of respect that felt appropriate despite, or perhaps because of, the unconventional nature of those he honored. "Thank you," he said simply, addressing the unseen presences directly, "for the guidance last night and for maintaining this sanctuary." No audible response came, yet Thomas felt something like acknowledgement brush against his awareness. Acceptance of gratitude offered and recognition of respect demonstrated. The sensation lasted only moments before receding like gentle tide, leaving ordinary mountain air and morning sunlight in its wake. The descent to the valley proceeded mostly in comfortable silence, each man absorbed in his own thoughts while navigating the steep trail with frontier-honed attentiveness to footing and surroundings. By the time they reached the settlement, Thomas had arrived at decision that surprised him, with its clarity and certainty. "I'd like to return sometime," he told Eleanor as preparations for his departure neared completion, "if that's permitted." The elderly woman smiled with genuine warmth, something knowing in her eyes suggesting she had anticipated this request. "The valley welcomes those who approach with respect," she replied, "and you've demonstrated that quality abundantly." When you reach the main trail, remember the lightning-struck pine that marks where you turned astray. The path beside it remains invisible unless you're specifically seeking this place, a necessary protection against those who might misuse what they find here. Thomas nodded understanding, recognizing the wisdom in maintaining boundaries between this sanctuary and the often harsh world beyond its sheltered confines. As Jamie saddled Silver and prepared to guide him back to familiar territory, Thomas found himself cataloging mental markers and distinctive features that would enable future return, not from fear of becoming lost, but from genuine desire to revisit this unexpected community. The lanterns don't appear for everyone who wanders near Ghost Mountain, Eleanor added as Thomas mounted his mare. They choose carefully, seeing something in certain travelers that others might miss. Remember that if you encounter lost souls in your journeys, this valley might offer what they need, if they are properly directed. This subtle commission, becoming secondary guide to those the lanterns themselves might choose to help, resonated with unexpected depth. Thomas had spent 15 years maintaining careful distance from meaningful human connection. The prospect of potentially helping others find this healing place offered purpose that had long been absent from his carefully constrained existence. Bidding farewell to Eleanor with genuine gratitude, Thomas followed Jamie into the forest, Silver moving with comfortable familiarity along the trail that had seemed so mysterious during their nocturnal arrival. In daylight, Thomas noted landmarks and distinctive features with frontiersman's precision, creating mental map that would facilitate future visits, independent of spectral guidance. Most don't return, Jamie commented, as they approached the junction where their path would meet the main trail Thomas had originally intended to follow. They appreciate the sanctuary when needed, but prefer resuming normal lives without complication of what they've experienced here. There was no judgment in his tone, merely observation based on previous visitors' patterns. Thomas considered this information thoughtfully, understanding the impulse to rationalize extraordinary experiences once immediate need for their comfort had passed. "I expect I'm not most, then," he replied with sly smile. "Some discoveries warrant revisiting, especially when they offer perspective unavailable elsewhere." Jamie nodded approval, clearly pleased by this response. "Eleanor will welcome the company. She values conversation with those who bring news from beyond our mountain. And the settlers," he glanced toward the trail behind them, where no visible presence followed, yet something attentive seemed to linger. "They appreciate being remembered by the living who understand their purpose." They reached the main trail where the lightning-struck pines stood sentinel exactly as Eleanor had described, its upper third shattered by ancient strike, remaining trunk and branches continuing to produce green needles despite catastrophic damage. From this vantage point, the path they had followed from the valley appeared as nothing more than game trail, barely distinguishable from surrounding underbrush. "You'll find it again," Jamie assured him, correctly interpreting Thomas's careful study of the seemingly unremarkable junction. "The way remains hidden until you're specifically seeking it with proper intention. The lanterns ensure those who belong here find their way, whether first visit or returning journey." They parted with handshakes that acknowledged shared understanding, transcending their brief acquaintance. As Thomas guided Silver westward toward Valentine, he found himself carrying something beyond memories of extraordinary encounter. A sense of connection long absent from his carefully independent existence. Awareness that beyond practiced self-sufficiency lay possibilities for meaningful engagement with worlds both seen and unseen. The journey to Valentine proceeded without incident, familiar landmarks confirming proper course as morning stretched toward afternoon. Thomas found himself registering details previously overlooked or underappreciated. the particular quality of light filtering through forest canopy, subtle signs of wildlife adapting to changing seasons, ancient trees standing witness to centuries of human passage through territories they had occupied long before settlement. In Valentine that evening, Thomas declined invitation to join familiar acquaintances at the saloon, preferring solitary contemplation of his extraordinary experience to cadence of routine conversation that would require either uncomfortable deception or explanations likely to be misinterpreted. Seated on his cabin's small porch as stars emerged in clear night sky, he found himself watching distant mountains with new awareness of unseen presences that might move purposefully through darkness. When small points of light appeared briefly along distant ridgelines, too steady for campfires, too directional for natural phenomena, Thomas acknowledged them with raised hand, silent greeting to guardians whose existence he would have dismissed as superstitious folklore mere days earlier. The lights lingered momentarily, as if returning his acknowledgement, before continuing their vigilant journey along elevated paths, invisible from valley settlements below. For the first time since losing his family 15 years earlier, Thomas Morgan fell asleep with sense of anticipation rather than mere acceptance of continued existence. Awareness that beyond self-sufficient survival lay possibilities for connection with both living community and those who maintained meaningful presence beyond conventional mortality. Ghost Mountain had offered unexpected sanctuary when physical path had led him astray. Perhaps more importantly, it had illuminated way forward through emotional wilderness he had traveled alone for too many years. In weeks that followed, Thomas adjusted patterns that had defined his solitary existence, creating space for regular visits to the hidden valley where Eleanor and Jamie maintained their unusual partnership with the settlement's original inhabitants. Each journey reinforced pathways, both physical and metaphorical, trails through forest becoming more distinct with repeated travel, connections to newfound community strengthening with shared conversation and purpose. Sometimes during these visits, when night descended and the settlers' lanterns emerged to illuminate their continued presence, Thomas would sit beside the central fire with Eleanor and Jamie, sharing stories that honored both living history and continuing purpose of those who had found ways to guide travelers long after their physical journeys had ended. These quiet conversations beneath star-filled sky offered healing Thomas hadn't known he required. Restoration of belief that meaningful connection transcended physical limitation and temporal boundary, that sanctuary existed for those willing to follow unexpected illumination through gathering darkness. On occasional nights between these visits, watching from his cabin porch as distant lights moved across Ghost Mountain slopes, Thomas would whisper thanks to lantern bearers whose guidance had led him not merely to physical safety that first uncertain night, but toward recognition that even souls long accustomed to solitary paths might discover unexpected community when properly led. The gentle lights would continue their vigilant circuit of elevated ridges, occasionally bringing new lost travelers to the hidden valley, but always maintaining faithful witness to possibility that guidance remained available for those with wisdom to follow illumination they didn't fully understand towards sanctuary they didn't know they needed. As the gentle lanterns of Ghost Mountain continue their eternal vigil, guiding lost souls to safety through the pine-covered slopes, our journey across the frontier continues. The mountain's whispers fade behind us as we travel westward, where the dense forests gradually give way to the vast, rolling expanse of the open prairie. The transition from mountain to grassland brings with it new mysteries and wonders. While Ghost Mountain offers sanctuary through its glowing lanterns in the darkness, the prairie holds its own form of nocturnal magic. one that moves with graceful purpose beneath the watchful gaze of the moon. As we leave Thomas Morgan to his newfound connection with the settlers of the Hidden Valley, we turn our attention to the sweeping grasslands that stretch toward the horizon like a golden sea frozen in time. Here, beneath the vast dome of stars that seems to touch the very edge of the earth, another story begins to unfold. The prairie at night transforms into a realm of shadows and silver light, where the boundary between earth and sky blurs into a single canvas painted by moonlight. It is here, in this liminal space between waking and dreaming, that we encounter our next tale, the midnight stroll of the prairie moon. Let the rhythmic swaying of the tall grass lull you deeper into relaxation as we transition from the protective embrace of Ghost Mountain's lanterns to the gentle illumination of the prairie moon, guiding us through new mysteries that await in the hushed darkness of the frontier night. The last embers of sunset had long faded from the western horizon as Arthur Morgan sat alone by his small campfire on the edge of the Great Plains. At 53, Arthur had survived far longer than most men of his profession, outliving the wild days of his youth to witness the gradual taming of the frontier. The deep lines etched into his weathered face told stories of hardship and perseverance, while his eyes, still sharp despite the years, reflected the quiet wisdom of a man who had seen the world transform around him. His once golden hair had turned to silver, matching the moonlight that now bathed the prairie before him. Behind him, tethered to a sturdy cottonwood, his loyal horse dozed lightly, occasionally nickering in response to distant sounds that human ears couldn't detect. The animal was getting on in years too, but like its master, possessed a resilience that belied its age. They had traversed countless miles together, a partnership forged through shared dangers and quiet moments like this one, when the vastness of the open country invited contemplation. Arthur added another small branch to his fire, watching as sparks spiraled upward to join the countless stars overhead. The night was unusually clear, the moon full and brilliant, casting the rolling grasslands in a silvery light that transformed the familiar landscape into something almost ethereal. The tall grasses rippled in the gentle night breeze, creating waves that seemed to flow across the prairie like water. In the distance, a coyote called to its pack, the haunting sound hanging momentarily in the still air before fading into silence. These nights alone on the prairie had become something of a ritual for Arthur in recent years. After decades of riding with various outfits, some law-abiding, others decidedly not, he had settled into a quieter existence as a scout and guide for travelers unfamiliar with the territories. It was honest work that utilized his extensive knowledge of the land while allowing him the solitude he had come to value. Tonight marked the end of his latest assignment, having guided a family of settlers to their new homestead near Blackwater. Tomorrow he would begin the journey back toward Valentine, where another job likely awaited, but tonight belonged to the prairie and its silent communion. Arthur's thoughts drifted, as they often did during these solitary evenings, to the changes he had witnessed across his lifetime. The frontier that had once seemed limitless was now crisscrossed with railroad tracks and telegraph wires, its wild spaces increasingly hemmed in by farms and ranches and growing settlements. Progress, they called it, though Arthur maintained private reservations about whether all change necessarily represented improvement. Something profound was being lost, as the ancient rhythms of the land were overlaid with human patterns of convenience and commerce. His philosophical musings were interrupted by the sound of approaching hoofbeats, a single rider moving at an unhurried pace that suggested neither urgency nor stealth. Arthur's hand moved instinctively toward the revolver at his hip, a habit of vigilance too deeply ingrained to abandon despite the relative peace of recent years. He relaxed slightly when the rider came into view, a young cowboy probably from one of the nearby ranches, leading a pack horse laden with supply. The young man raised a hand in greeting as he approached Arthur's campfire. "Evening," he called. "Saw your fire from a ways back. Mind if I share it for a spell?" Arthur nodded toward the empty space across from him. "Help yourself, coffee's still hot if you're interested." "Much obliged," the young man replied, dismounting with the fluid grace of someone who spent most waking hours in the saddle. He loosened his horse's girths before approaching the fire, removing his hat briefly to run a hand through dark hair that curled slightly with sweat despite the cool evening. "Thomas Riley," he introduced himself, extending his hand. "Work over at the Emerald Ranch." "Arthur Morgan," Arthur replied, returning the firm handshake. "Just finished guiding some folks to their new place west of Blackwater." Thomas settled himself on a fallen log that served as a makeshift bench, accepting the tin cup of coffee Arthur offered. "Appreciate it," he said after taking a cautious sip of the hot liquid. "Been a long ride. Mr. Carmichael sent me to Blackwater for supplies, but I got a late start. Figured I'd camp tonight rather than risk the horses in the dark." Arthur nodded approval of this prudent decision. Too many young riders pushed themselves and their mounts unnecessarily, valuing speed over safety. This one seemed to possess better judgment than most. "Good thinking," he agreed, "especially on a night like this. Moon's bright enough, but the shadows it casts can hide all manner of holes and hazards." Thomas glanced upward at the mentioned moon, his expression shifting from casual observation to something closer to wonder. "Never seen it quite so bright," he remarked. "Almost seems closer than usual, doesn't it?" Arthur followed his gaze toward the luminous orb that dominated the night sky. The moon did indeed appear unusually large and brilliant, its silver light so intense that it cast distinct shadows across the prairie grass. "Prairie moon," Arthur commented. "Gets that way sometimes, especially in autumn. Old-timers used to say it was keeping a closer eye on things during harvest time." Thomas smiled at this folkloric explanation, but didn't dismiss it outright. "Strange night, isn't it?" he observed instead. "Too quiet, maybe, or too still, like the prairies holding its breath, waiting for something." Arthur nodded slowly, appreciating the younger man's perception. Most of the cowboys he'd encountered lately lacked any connection to the land beyond its practical uses for cattle and crops. They saw the prairie as something to be conquered and utilized rather than respected or understood. Thomas, it seemed, possessed a more instinctive awareness. "Full moon does strange things to this country," Arthur acknowledged, his voice low and melodic in the quiet night. "Especially in these parts. Not many remember anymore, but these plains hold memories." Thomas leaned forward slightly, his expression revealing genuine interest rather than the polite tolerance Arthur had come to expect when sharing observations that strayed beyond the practical. "What kind of memories?" Arthur studied the younger man for a moment before responding, assessing whether he was truly receptive to stories that defied simple explanation. Satisfied with what he saw, he reached for his worn leather saddlebag and extracted a pipe and tobacco pouch. The ritual of packing and lighting his pipe gave him time to organize thoughts rarely shared with others. "You ever notice how some places feel heavier than others?" Arthur finally asked, pipe smoke curling around his weathered features. "Not physically, but in here." He tapped his chest lightly. Thomas nodded, understanding immediately. "Like that ravine 10 miles east. Nothing wrong with it that you can see, but every horse balks at crossing it, and men don't much like lingering there either." "Exactly so," Arthur confirmed, pleased by the young man's comprehension. "This whole stretch from here to the Dakota River has that quality, though most don't notice it in the daylight." Under the full moon, though, that's when the land remembers most clearly. Remembers what? Thomas prompted, passing a cup of freshly poured coffee across the fire. Arthur accepted the cup with a nod of thanks, taking a moment to savor the bitter warmth before continuing. Everything that's happened here, every life lived and ended, every promise made or broken, every moment of grace or violence, the prairie holds it all, like pages in a book. He gestured toward the silver-bathed landscape. And on nights like this, when the moon rides high and full, some say those pages can be turned. That's when he walks. Hey? Thomas questioned, curiosity evident in his voice despite his attempt at casual interest. Arthur smiled slightly, recognizing the familiar pattern of someone trying to balance rational skepticism with an instinctive recognition of deeper truths. The Midnight Traveler. Some call him the Prairie Walker. Been stories about him since before my time, likely before any white man set foot here. Thomas glanced toward the moonlit expanse, his expression suggesting he half expected to see a figure materialize from the silvery grasses. What manner of man walks alone on the prairie at midnight? That's just it, Arthur replied, his voice dropping lower, not from any desire for secrecy, but from respect for the subject. Not rightly certain he is a man, at least, not anymore. Way I heard it first, from an old trapper who'd learned it from Lakota friends. He's someone who found himself caught between worlds. The fire crackled softly, sending up another spiral of sparks that momentarily rivaled the stars above. Around them, the night sounds created a gentle backdrop. Distant coyotes calling, insects chirping, and the constant whispering of wind through prairie grass. The old ones believed he was a traveler who died on these plains, but wasn't ready to leave them, Arthur continued. Not held by vengeance or regret, mind you, nothing so dark as that. More like a profound connection to the land itself. So now he walks between sunset and sunrise, especially when the moon is full, treading the boundary between this world and whatever lies beyond. Thomas considered this thoughtfully, his initial skepticism gradually yielding to the undeniable atmosphere of the night and the quiet conviction in Arthur's tone. What does he do on these walks of his? Brings peace, mainly, Arthur replied. Calms restless spirits, guides lost souls, offers comfort to those caught in pain they can't escape otherwise. Some say he's there to remind us that everything passes eventually. Grief, joy, life itself. But the land remains, holding it all. The younger man nodded slowly, his gaze returning to the silvery expanse beyond their fire. Have you ever seen him yourself? Arthur took a long draw from his pipe before answering, the smoke drifting upward to blend with the stars. 3 times, he admitted quietly. First when I was not much younger than you, running with a rough crowd and headed nowhere good. Second time was after I'd lost someone dear to me and thought the grief might drive me mad. Third was just last year, during that terrible blizzard that stranded half the county. These admissions, spoken plainly without embellishment, carried more weight than any dramatic declaration might have done. Thomas studied the older man's face, finding no signs of exaggeration or deception, only the weathered honesty that had earned Arthur respect throughout the territory. What's he look like? Thomas asked, his voice unconsciously dropping to match Arthur's quieter tone. Arthur tapped his pipe thoughtfully against his boot. Depends on who's seeing him, I expect. To me, he appeared as a tall figure in a long coat, face shadowed beneath a wide-brimmed hat. Nothing frightening about him, quite the opposite. There's a stillness to him, like he carries a pocket of perfect peace wherever he walks. He paused, remembering. Never saw his face clear, even when he passed within 20 yards of me during that blizzard. Just a sense of calm, eyes watching from beneath that hat brim. But the feeling when he passes by. Arthur shook his head slightly, searching for adequate words. Like suddenly remembering something important you'd forgotten, and knowing that everything's going to be all right, even if it isn't all right just now. Thomas remained quiet for several moments, absorbing this description while gazing out across the moonlit prairie. The younger man's typically energetic demeanor had settled into thoughtful stillness, his features softened by firelight and contemplation. "Think I might see him tonight?" he finally asked, not with the eager excitement of a thrill-seeker, but with genuine wonder. Arthur considered the question seriously. "Can't say for certain. He appears according to his own purposes, not human expectations. But this night," he glanced up at the brilliant moon and the crystal-clear sky surrounding it. "This night has the right feeling about it. If you're meant to see him, you will. How would I know? If I did see something, I mean," Thomas clarified. "Could just be another traveler passing through, or my mind playing tricks." Arthur nodded approvingly at the practical question. That's the wisdom speaking, recognizing that extraordinary claims deserve careful consideration. Truth is, you'd know. Not by anything you could point to or explain afterward, but by the certainty in your gut at the moment it happens. Some things register in parts of us, older than thought or language. The conversation lapsed into comfortable silence as both men sipped their coffee and gazed across the silver-washed landscape. The fire burned lower, neither of them moving to build it up again, allowing the brilliant moonlight to become their primary illumination. All around them, the prairie breathed with subtle life. Small rustlings in the grasses, the distant call of nightbirds, the occasional soft nickering of their horses, responding to unseen movements. "Heard a story once," Thomas eventually said, his voice thoughtful. "Old rancher up by Valentine claimed the traveler saved his life during a blue norther back in '82. Said he was caught out miles from shelter when the storm hit, temperature dropping so fast his horse's breath froze on its muzzle. Was fixing to lie down in the snow, said it felt warm suddenly, which he knew meant freezing to death, when a figure appeared through the blizzard and led him to a lined shack he never knew existed. By the time he'd stoked the fire and warmed himself, the stranger had vanished, no tracks leading away despite the fresh snow." Arthur nodded, unsurprised. "Heard similar tales myself. The traveler seems drawn to those caught between life and death, especially when their time isn't yet due. Not interfering with fate exactly, more like preventing accidents of timing, ensuring things unfold as they're meant to." "You believe that?" Thomas asked. "That things happen according to some plan?" Arthur considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. "Not a plan like men make, with everything mapped out step by step. More like a rhythm, a natural flow to things. The traveler doesn't change that flow. He helps restore it when something's knocked it off course." He gestured toward the rolling landscape before them. "Look at the prairie itself. Seems random at first glance, grass and flowers growing wherever seeds happen to fall. But spend enough time watching, you start seeing patterns. Which plants grow together, how they spread after fire, which creatures depend on each other. There's a wisdom in it beyond human understanding." Thomas nodded slowly, eyes tracking the silver-tipped waves of grass rippling across the moonlit plains. "Like the land itself knows what it's doing." "Exactly so," Arthur agreed, pleased by the younger man's intuitive grasp. "And the traveler, He's part of that knowing somehow, connected to the land so deeply that he moves with its rhythms, helping keep things in balance. Both men fell silent again, content to watch as moonlight transformed the familiar landscape into something both strange and wonderful. The hour grew later, the stars wheeling slowly overhead in their ancient patterns, marking time in a way no human-made clock could match. Their fire burned down to glowing coals, neither making a move to build it up again, allowing the brilliant celestial light to become their primary illumination. Arthur found his thoughts drifting back to the first time he had encountered the Midnight Traveler, nearly 30 years earlier. He had been riding with Dutch Vanderlin's gang then, young and angry and increasingly reckless as disillusionment with Dutch's grand promises began to erode his initial idealism. One night, separated from the others during a hastily abandoned robbery attempt, he had found himself alone on this same stretch of prairie, nursing both a bullet graze along his ribs and a bitter sense of betrayal. The moon had been full that night too, though Arthur hadn't appreciated its beauty, too consumed by his internal turmoil. He had been at a crossroads without fully recognizing it, continuing down a path of escalating violence and diminishing justification, or finding the courage to break away and seek a different life. It was then, as he sat by a miserable little fire contemplating increasingly dark options, that he had first glimpsed the traveler. Just a distant figure at first, moving with unhurried grace across the moonlit grassland, distinctive even at that distance for the absolute certainty of his progress through terrain that should have presented challenges to night travel. Arthur had watched with initial suspicion that gradually transformed into something closer to wonder as the figure maintained its steady pace without approaching or retreating, following a course that seemed determined by factors beyond ordinary navigation. Even now, 3 decades later, Arthur couldn't adequately explain the profound shift that had occurred within him as he observed that solitary journey. Nothing dramatic or sudden, no heavenly voices or blinding revelations, just a gradual realignment of perspective, as if viewing his life and choices from a significantly higher vantage point. By morning, when the mysterious figure had long since vanished beyond the horizon, Arthur had found himself possessed of a clarity that had ultimately led to his departure from Dutch's gang and the beginning of a different path. His second encounter had occurred nearly 15 years after the first. By then, he had established himself as a skilled guide and scout, having long since left behind his outlaw past. But personal peace had proved more elusive than professional success. Mary Gillis, the woman he had loved with quiet intensity since early adulthood, had died unexpectedly, a fever that had swept through Valentine, claiming several lives including hers. The grief had nearly broken him. For months afterward, he had moved through his daily responsibilities like a man underwater, functioning adequately on the surface while drowning in sorrow beneath. Sleep had become his enemy, bringing dreams of Mary that left him even more bereft upon waking to her permanent absence. That particular night, unable to bear the confines of his small cabin, he had ridden out onto the prairie, seeking either exhaustion that might finally grant dreamless sleep or some catastrophe that would end the pain permanently. The moon had been full, the landscape silver-washed, much like tonight, though Arthur had barely noticed its beauty through the haze of his grief. It was then, at his lowest moment, that the traveler had appeared a second time, not suddenly or dramatically, but gradually entering Arthur's awareness as the mysterious figure crossed his path at some distance. Arthur had watched, first with indifference, then with growing attention as something about the traveler's measured progress across the moonlit terrain began to penetrate his emotional numbness. There had been no direct interaction, no words exchanged, or even eye contact made. The figure had maintained its course without acknowledging Arthur's presence. yet something profound had transferred between them nonetheless. With each step of the traveler's steady journey, Arthur had felt a corresponding loosening of the constriction around his heart, not erasing his grief, but transforming it somehow into something he could carry without being crushed beneath its weight. By the time the mysterious figure had disappeared beyond the horizon, Arthur had found himself breathing more freely than at any point since Mary's death. The pain remained, as did the sense of loss, but they had somehow shifted from destructive forces to necessary components of a life honestly lived. In the days and weeks that followed, he had gradually rejoined the world of the living, carrying his sorrow as testimony to love, rather than as unbearable burden. "Mr. Morgan," Thomas said softly, interrupting Arthur's reminiscence. Something in the younger man's tone caused Arthur to look up sharply. "Out there, to the west. Do you see it?" Arthur followed the younger man's gaze across the rolling prairie to where a single figure moved with unhurried grace through the silver-washed grasses. Even at this distance, there was something distinctive about the silhouette. A tall form in a long coat, head crowned by a wide-brimmed hat, moving with a fluid certainty that suggested intimate familiarity with the terrain. "I see him," Arthur confirmed quietly, feeling a familiar stillness settle inside him, the calm recognition that transcended both excitement and fear. The midnight traveler. They watched in silence as the figure continued its measured progress across the moonlit landscape, neither directly approaching their camp nor moving away from it, but following a path only it could perceive. There was something mesmerizing about its movement, a deliberate grace that suggested absolute harmony with the environment, each step placed with perfect confidence despite the uneven ground hidden beneath the swaying grasses. "Should we call out to him?" Thomas asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Arthur shook his head slightly. "No need. He knows we're here. If our paths are meant to cross more directly, they will." As if in response to this observation, the distant figure altered course slightly, now moving in a direction that would bring it closer to their position, not directly toward them, but on a tangential path that would pass within clearer viewing distance. "He's coming this way," Thomas noted, a mixture of wonder and trepidation in his voice. "Coming closer," Arthur corrected gently. "Not the same thing. He follows his own path, not one determined by human presence or absence." Both men remained motionless as the figure continued its approach, gradually resolving from distant silhouette to more distinct form. The silver moonlight played strangely across the traveler, seeming to both illuminate and obscure, revealing the general outline while maintaining an essential mystery about specific details. From their vantage point beside the dying campfire, they could now make out more clearly the long coat that moved like liquid shadow around the tall figure, the way the wide-brimmed hat cast the face in perpetual darkness despite the brilliant moonlight, the measured stride that covered ground with deceptive swiftness. Most striking, however, was the quality of presence that accompanied the traveler. A palpable sense of age and wisdom that radiated outward like heat from their campfire, touching something profound in both observers. "I feel," Thomas began, then hesitated, struggling to articulate the sensation. "It's like standing in a church, but bigger. Like the whole sky's a cathedral." Arthur nodded, understanding. "That's him all right, way he affects the air around him." The traveler continued his approach, now close enough that under normal circumstances facial features would be discernible. Yet something about the play of light and shadow beneath the hat brim maintained the figure's essential mystery, suggesting eyes that watched from within that darkness. a mouth that might speak if the proper question were asked, yet revealing nothing concrete enough to describe afterward. When the figure had approached to within perhaps 50 yards of their position, it paused, not with the suddenness of someone startled or concerned, but with the natural cessation of movement that suggests a destination temporarily reached. For a long moment, the traveler stood motionless, silver moonlight spilling around his form, the breeze that rippled the surrounding grasses seemingly diverted around him, creating a perfect pocket of stillness. Then, with deliberate slowness, the figure turned directly toward their camp. Though no features could be discerned beneath the hat's shadow, both men felt the weight of that gaze. Not threatening or judgmental, but immensely attentive, seeing beyond surface appearances to essential truths normally hidden even from themselves. Arthur found himself straightening slightly, not from fear but from a profound sense of recognition. Whatever watched them from beneath that hat brim knew him completely. Every triumph and failure, every moment of courage or cowardice, every small kindness or casual cruelty. Yet that knowledge carried no condemnation, only perfect understanding. Beside him, Thomas had gone completely still, barely breathing as he experienced his own version of that penetrating attention. The younger man's face reflected complex emotions, initial shock giving way to wonder, then settling into a kind of peaceful acceptance that transformed his features, momentarily revealing the older, wiser man he might someday become. The moment stretched, time itself seeming to thin as ordinary reality briefly intersected with something older and more fundamental. Then, with the same deliberate grace that characterized all his movements, the traveler raised one hand in what might have been greeting, acknowledgement, or blessing. Arthur found himself returning the gesture without conscious decision, his hand lifting in mirrored salute. After a slight hesitation, Thomas did the same, the movement coming more naturally than he might have expected. The traveler remained motionless for several more heartbeats, then lowered his hand and turned away, resuming his measured journey across the moonlit prairie. They watched as he moved away with the same unhurried certainty, his silhouette gradually diminishing with distance, yet maintaining that distinctive presence until he finally disappeared beyond a gentle rise, leaving only the silver-washed grasses rippling in his wake. Neither man spoke immediately, both seeming to recognize the inadequacy of words to capture what had just transpired. The silence between them was not uncomfortable, but contemplative, filled with shared understanding that required no verbal confirmation. "Did you," Thomas finally began, then paused to collect his thoughts. "When he looked at us, did you feel like he was seeing everything? All the way through?" Arthur nodded slowly. "That's his gift, or burden, depending how you look at it. He sees things as they truly are, not just people, but the land itself, the animals, everything. Sees the patterns, connecting it all." Thomas stared thoughtfully in the direction the figure had disappeared. Wasn't frightening though, should have been, being seen like that, but it felt, I don't know, right somehow. "That's because he sees without judgment," Arthur explained. "Not indifference, he cares deeply, but he sees through a longer lens than we do. From his perspective, our failures and successes are just parts of a larger pattern, necessary threads in a bigger weaving." The younger man nodded slowly, his expression suggesting he was still processing the experience. "I felt something else too, like a deep sadness, but peaceful with it. If that makes any sense." "Perfect sense," Arthur confirmed. The traveler carries sorrow for all that's lost as the world changes, people, places, ways of living, but without bitterness. It's the price of his perspective, seeing everything both as it is now and as it once was, all at once. Thomas gazed out across the prairie, now seeing it with slightly different eyes, not just as productive grassland for cattle, but as a living record of everything that had transpired across its vastness. Must be lonely. Walking forever between worlds. I expect it is, Arthur agreed, yet also deeply connected to everything. It's a paradox, like most important truths. They lapsed into silence again, the encounter having shifted something fundamental in their perception of the moonlit landscape surrounding them. The prairie no longer appeared as merely physical terrain, land to be crossed, grazed, or settled, but as something alive with memory and meaning, flowing with currents invisible to ordinary sight, but momentarily glimpsed through their interaction with the traveler. Arthur's third encounter with the Midnight Traveler had been during the previous winter, a season of exceptional harshness that had claimed numerous lives throughout the territory. He had been returning from a scouting expedition when an unexpected blizzard descended with frightening swiftness, transforming familiar landscape into bewildering whiteout within minutes. His horse had stumbled in a hidden depression, throwing Arthur and wrenching its own leg badly enough to prevent further riding. Leading the injured animal through deepening snow, visibility reduced to arm's length by driving wind and ice particles, Arthur had quickly recognized the seriousness of his situation. Each step became increasingly difficult as cold penetrated his clothing, numbing extremities and gradually clouding judgment. He had known the signs of hypothermia well enough to recognize them in himself. The paradoxical sensation of warmth replacing initial chill, the growing desire to rest, just for a moment, the subtle confusion that made directional orientation increasingly uncertain. Fighting these dangerous symptoms with diminishing success, Arthur had been on the verge of succumbing when a darker shape materialized within the swirling whiteness. A tall figure in long coat and wide-brimmed hat, standing motionless amid the storm's fury, yet somehow untouched by the driving snow. No word had been spoken, no gesture made beyond the figure's mere presence. Then, with deliberate slowness, the traveler had turned and begun walking away, clearly expecting Arthur to follow. With effort that felt nearly superhuman, Arthur had forced his cold, stiffened legs to move, maintained his grip on his horse's reins, and followed the mysterious guide through blinding snowfall that seemed to part slightly around the traveler's form, creating navigable passage where moments before there had been only chaotic whiteout. How long they had traveled through these conditions Arthur couldn't later recall with certainty. Time perception distorted by cold, and the dreamlike quality of following a figure that seemed simultaneously substantial and ethereal. The journey had ended at a small lined shack nearly buried beneath snowdrifts, shelter Arthur would have missed completely in his increasingly compromised condition. By the time he had forced the door open and stumbled inside, the traveler had vanished completely, leaving no tracks in the freshly fallen snow, despite having been merely steps ahead moments earlier. Hours later, as the moon began its descent toward the western horizon, Thomas finally spoke again, his voice thoughtful in the pre-dawn stillness. "Do you think he was always whatever he is now, or was he once just a man?" Arthur considered the question as he tamped fresh tobacco into his pipe. Stories differ on that point. Some say he was a settler who got lost in a blizzard, wandering these plains until he crossed some boundary never meant to be crossed by the living. Others claim he was indigenous to these lands, a holy man who found a way to walk between worlds. Few say he wasn't ever human at all, but a spirit that took human form to better understand us. He struck a match, the brief flare illuminating his weathered features before settling into the steady glow of burning tobacco. For my part, I think he carries something of all three. The longer he walks, the more he absorbs from the land and its stories, becoming less the individual he once was, and more a living embodiment of the prairie itself. Thomas nodded slowly, finding wisdom in this perspective. That's why different people see him differently. He reflects what they bring to the encounter. Exactly so, Arthur confirmed, pleased by the younger man's insight. To someone fearing death, he might appear as gentle guide. To someone lost, a pathfinder. To someone grieving, a witness who understands their pain without need for explanation. The first faint lightening of the eastern sky signaled approaching dawn, the brilliant stars overhead gradually fading as night relinquished its hold. Both men watched as the transformation progressed, the silver Pew moonlight slowly yielding to the warmer hues of sunrise. "Will he disappear when the sun rises?" Thomas asked, gesturing toward the brightening horizon. Arthur shook his head slightly. Not disappear exactly, more like withdraw into the deeper layers of the landscape where ordinary eyes can't follow. He's always present in some form, just not visible except under certain conditions. Like the full moon, Thomas noted, glancing toward the setting orb now touching the western horizon. The full moon helps, Arthur acknowledged, but also liminal times and places, dawn and dusk, borders between different types of land, moments when something significant is ending or beginning. He walks the thresholds where one state of being transitions into another. As if to illustrate this principle, the first direct ray of sunlight crested the eastern horizon, sending golden illumination flowing across the prairie like a slowly advancing tide. The transformation was remarkable. What had been a silvery, almost otherworldly landscape under moonlight, now revealing itself as the familiar prairie, rich with the warm colors of autumn grasses and the occasional vibrant splash of late-blooming wildflowers. Thomas watched this metamorphosis with newfound appreciation, seeing beyond the mere shift of illumination to the deeper symbolism it represented, the continuous cycle of transitions that defined life on the prairie. "It's beautiful in a different way now," he observed. "Less mysterious maybe, but more tangible," Arthur supplied when the younger man hesitated. "Moonlight reveals what might be or once was. Sunlight shows what presently is, both necessary for complete understanding." This balanced perspective reflected Arthur's hard-won wisdom regarding the multiple layers of reality that existed simultaneously within the landscape, some visible only under specific conditions, others plainly apparent to ordinary observation, all contributing to the complete character of the place. The midnight traveler embodied this multiplicity, moving through realms both seen and unseen with equal familiarity. As full daylight gradually established itself across the prairie, both men began the practical tasks of breaking camp, banking the fire's remaining embers, securing loose gear, preparing their horses for the day's journey. Yet even these mundane activities carried a different quality after their shared experience, each movement informed by heightened awareness of the environment within which they operated. "Where are you headed after this?" Thomas asked as he tightened his horse's girth strap. "Valentine, initially," Arthur replied, securing his bedroll behind his saddle. "Got some business at the bank there, then likely north toward the Cumberland forest. Heard there's work guiding some naturalists studying wildlife in that region." Thomas nodded, visibly turning over some thought before giving it voice. "I've been at Emerald Ranch 3 years now. Good, steady work, decent pay, but lately..." He glanced across the sun-brightened prairie, his expression suggesting complicated emotions. Lately, I've been feeling restless, like there's something more I should be doing or seeing or learning. Arthur recognized the sentiment, having experienced similar promptings at various junctures throughout his own life. Prairie does that to a person sometimes. Shows you horizons that keep receding as you approach, suggesting possibilities beyond what you've already encountered. Exactly that, Thomas confirmed, relieved at being understood without extensive explanation. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful for the position, especially given how things are economically these days. But I can't help wondering what else might be out there. They mounted their horses, the sunrise now complete and ordinary daylight established across the landscape. Where the trail forked, one path leading toward the ranch where Thomas worked, the other continuing toward Arthur's intended destination, they paused for a final exchange. "Thank you," Thomas said simply, "for sharing the fire and the stories, and for..." He gestured vaguely toward the open country behind them, words inadequate to encompass the shared experience of the travelers passing. Arthur nodded, understanding. No thanks needed. Some things are meant to be witnessed together. Makes the seeing more real somehow, having another pair of eyes confirm what you've experienced. The younger man smiled slightly, recognizing the wisdom in this observation. Still, I'm grateful. Not everyone would have pointed him out or explained what we were seeing. Most would have claimed it was just a trick of moonlight or another traveler passing through. Most people prefer comfortable explanations, Arthur acknowledged. And there's no harm in that, generally speaking. We all need solid ground beneath our feet. But there's value, too, in recognizing when we've encountered something that doesn't fit neatly into ordinary categories of understanding. Thomas nodded agreement, then hesitated briefly before asking, "Will you tell others about him? About what we saw?" Arthur considered the question thoughtfully. "Selectively," he finally replied. "There are those who need such stories, who sense there's more to the world than what can be measured or proven, but lack experiences to confirm that intuition. For them, hearing about the traveler might open doors better left open." He gazed across the sun-brightened landscape, momentarily seeing it overlaid with the silver-washed mystery of the previous night. But there are others, for whom such knowledge would only create discomfort or disbelief. No point disturbing their understanding of things without purpose. "How do you tell the difference?" Thomas asked. "Between those who should hear and those who shouldn't?" Arthur smiled slightly. "You learn to recognize a certain quality of attention, a way of listening that goes beyond mere politeness or entertainment. Seeking, people who truly want to understand show it in their eyes, in how they consider what they're hearing before responding." The younger man nodded, filing this guidance away for future reference. "Well, I won't be spreading the tale widely. Some things deserve their privacy." "Wisdom indeed," Arthur approved. "The traveler's been walking these plains since long before our time, and will likely continue long after we're gone. His story belongs to the land itself more than to any individual who happens to glimpse him passing." With that philosophical conclusion, they exchanged farewells, not with elaborate gesture or sentiment, but with the straightforward acknowledgement of men who recognized a significant connection had been established between them. Thomas turned his horse toward the ranch, while Arthur continued along the main trail, each carrying away his own version of their shared experience. As he rode through the morning-bright prairie, Arthur found himself reflecting on the unexpected developments of the previous night. He had made this journey countless times before, camping in similar locations under comparable conditions, yet only rarely had he encountered the midnight traveler. The mysterious figure's appearance, in Thomas's presence, suggested something significant about the younger man, an openness or readiness that had somehow aligned with proper conditions for such manifestation. Arthur had learned to trust such promptings over the years, recognizing them as subtle communication from deeper patterns underlying visible reality. The traveler represented one manifestation of these patterns, but they expressed themselves through numerous channels for those attentive enough to notice. Unexpected meetings, seemingly random opportunities, apparent coincidences that revealed purposeful design when viewed from sufficient perspective. The morning progressed with pleasant warmth, autumn sunlight illuminating the landscape with golden clarity that revealed details hidden during their nighttime vigil. Arthur maintained steady pace along the well-traveled road toward Valentine, encountering occasional fellow travelers, merchant wagons heading toward larger settlements, ranch hands moving between properties, a mail carrier making his appointed rounds. Each exchanged brief greetings as they passed, ordinary interactions that maintained social fabric across these vast territories where human presence remained relatively sparse. Around midday, Arthur paused at a small creek crossing to rest his horse and take brief meal from provisions carried in his saddlebags. Finding a comfortable spot beneath cottonwood tree growing alongside the watercourse, he settled with his back against rough bark, enjoying simple fare of jerky, hard biscuit, and water fresh from the clear stream. As he ate, Arthur noticed elderly indigenous man approaching the crossing from opposite direction. The man's clothing represented practical combination of traditional and acquired elements: buckskin leggings paired with wool shirt of European manufacture, moccasins decorated with traditional beadwork, wide-brimmed hat similar to Arthur's own shading eyes that reflected decades of frontier experience. The man paused when he noticed Arthur, then raised hand in peaceful greeting before approaching at unhurried pace. "Good day to you," he called in excellent English. "Mind if I share this good shade? Sun grows warmer than expected for so late in season." "Welcome to it," Arthur replied, gesturing toward ample space beneath the tree's spreading branches. "Creek water's good too, if you're thirsty." The older man nodded appreciation, leading his paint horse to water before loosening its girth strap and settling nearby, close enough for conversation yet respecting proper distance between strangers meeting in isolated location. "I am Joseph," he introduced himself without further elaboration regarding tribal affiliation or personal history. "Arthur Morgan," Arthur responded similarly, recognizing fellow traveler who preferred actions to establish character rather than words to proclaim it. "Heading to Valentine. Yourself?" "South eventually," Joseph replied, "but no hurry. When you reach my age, destinations become less important than journey itself." Arthur nodded understanding, appreciating the philosophical perspective that aligned with his own evolving approach to life. They ate in companionable silence for several minutes, each respecting the other's privacy, while maintaining openness to potential conversation, should it develop naturally. "You have seen him recently," Joseph finally said, statement rather than question, his dark eyes observing Arthur with penetrating clarity. Arthur looked up sharply, momentarily startled by apparent reference to the midnight traveler without prior conversation establishing context. "Seen who?" he asked carefully, neither confirming nor denying until certain of the other's meaning. Joseph smiled slightly, the expression creating network of fine wrinkles around his eyes that suggested lifetime of careful observation tempered by good humor. "The one who walks between. The night messenger. He has many names among my people, but all refer to same being. You have the look of recent encounter, certain calmness in the eyes that comes from seeing beyond ordinary boundaries." Arthur studied the older man with renewed interest, recognizing genuine knowledge rather than mere curiosity or coincidental reference. Last night, he confirmed quietly. Full moon on the prairie east of here. Not my first meeting with him, but perhaps most direct. Joseph nodded, unsurprised. He walks more frequently these days. The boundaries thin as one world fades and another strengthens. He works to maintain balance during transition. This perspective aligned remarkably with Arthur's own developing interpretation of the traveler's purpose, suggesting universal recognition among those attentive enough to notice patterns beneath surface appearances. "You've seen him yourself," Arthur observed, again statement rather than question. "Many times throughout my life," Joseph confirmed. "First as young boy during Vision Quest, most recently 3 days past while camped beside Dakota River. He changes as needs change, yet remains fundamentally same. The witness who remembers, the guide who appears when transitions become difficult or dangerous." Arthur considered this characterization, finding it consistent with his own experiences, while offering additional dimensions he hadn't previously articulated. "Was a young man with me last night," he mentioned. His first encounter, seemed to understand immediately, despite no prior knowledge or expectation. Some souls recognize naturally what others must learn through long experience, Joseph observed. Your young friend carries old awareness beneath new appearance. The one who walks sees such things clearly, appears accordingly. This assessment of Thomas's inherent receptivity confirmed Arthur's own impression. There were patterns at work beyond conscious recognition, connections and alignments that operated according to principles deeper than ordinary causality. "The world changes quickly now," Joseph continued after a thoughtful pause. "Iron roads crossing ancient paths, wire voices speaking across great distances, buildings rising where buffalo roamed within my own memory. The one who walks helps maintain essential continuity beneath such transformations." Arthur nodded agreement with this perspective. "Holding what matters while letting go of what doesn't," he summarized, showing that change itself can be navigated with grace rather than resistance. "Precisely so," Joseph confirmed, pleased by Arthur's comprehension. "Change itself is natural, inevitable, but how change occurs, with respect for what preceded, or with disregard for established patterns, this determines whether transformation brings renewal or destruction." After finishing their respective meals and allowing horses additional rest, both men prepared to resume separate journeys. As they mounted, Joseph turned toward Arthur with a final observation that carried weight of genuine recognition rather than casual farewell. "Our paths cross briefly today, yet alignment feels significant rather than accidental," the older man noted. "Perhaps the one who walks arranges certain meetings, just as he prevents certain departures." Arthur considered this possibility thoughtfully, recognizing potential truth beyond mere coincidence. "Wouldn't surprise me," he acknowledged. "Seems part of his purpose, connecting those who share awareness of his existence, creating community across boundaries that might otherwise separate." Joseph nodded agreement before offering gesture of farewell that carried dignified formality despite its simplicity. Arthur returned the gesture with equal respect, recognizing fellow traveler along paths both physical and metaphysical, someone who similarly perceived multiple dimensions within seemingly ordinary landscape. The remainder of Arthur's journey passed without further remarkable incident, though his perception of ordinary landscape had been subtly transformed by recent experiences. Where previously he might have observed terrain primarily for practical navigation or potential hazards, now he found himself noticing how patterns of growth and movement reflected deeper principles operating beneath visible surface. The way certain plants clustered in mutual support, how animal trails followed contours revealing geological history, invisible to casual glance. The manner in which water shaped land and land directed water in continuous conversation spanning centuries. By late afternoon, Valentine appeared on horizon. The frontier town representing intersection of old and new, where traditional patterns of rural life increasingly accommodated emerging industrial elements, symbolized by railroad tracks cutting across previously open country. Arthur observed this juncture of different worlds with fresh awareness, recognizing it as exactly the type of threshold where the midnight traveler might manifest during transitional moments. As he rode down Main Street toward hotel where he maintained modest room during infrequent visits to town, Arthur noticed how differently he perceived familiar surroundings after his recent encounters, the inhabitants going about their business, merchants arranging displays, ranch hands enjoying rare leisure time, town officials maintaining semblance of ordered community. All participated in larger patterns they individually might never consciously recognize, yet which collectively established the character and purpose of this particular place at this specific moment in its evolution. Perhaps this represented the most significant gift offered by glimpsing the midnight traveler, Arthur reflected, as he stabled his horse and collected his few possessions. Not dramatic revelation or supernatural intervention, but subtle shift in perception that revealed meaning and connection within apparently ordinary existence. The mysterious figure walking moonlit prairie embodied possibility of witnessing multiple dimensions simultaneously, seeing both physical reality and the deeper patterns flowing beneath its surface, recognizing both present circumstances and the larger context within which they unfolded. That evening, sitting alone at corner table in Smithfield Saloon, Arthur found himself sketching rough map of territories surrounding Valentine. Not for practical navigation, he knew these lands intimately after decades traversing them, but as visual representation of places where he had encountered the traveler throughout his life. Marking each location with small symbol, he gradually revealed patterns suggesting specific alignment with natural features representing transitions or boundaries. Places where forest met prairie, where waterways intersected significant trails, where ancient indigenous pathways crossed more recent settler routes. The emerging pattern confirmed developing theory that the midnight traveler appeared primarily at junctures where different worlds or ways of being connected, not just physical transitions, but historical and cultural thresholds where established patterns encountered emerging alternatives. These liminal spaces, where possibilities remained fluid rather than fixed, seemed to attract or perhaps necessitate the traveler's presence as mediator between what had been and what might yet develop. As Arthur contemplated this visual representation of his experiences, elderly saloon patron at nearby table glanced toward his work with expression suggesting more than casual interest. The man, white-bearded, well-dressed in manner indicating comfortable circumstances rather than frontier hardship, studied the marked map for several moments before meeting Arthur's gaze directly. "Mapping something specific?" he inquired, voice carrying cultured Eastern accent modified by evident years in Western territories, or just passing time. Arthur considered the question and its source before responding. Something in the older man's attentive gaze suggested genuine interest rather than mere curiosity. Potential understanding rather than casual conversation. "Bit of both," he acknowledged. "Recording personal experiences across these territories, seeing if patterns emerge." The older man nodded thoughtfully, clearly recognizing significance beyond literal explanation. "Mind if I join you? Might have observations worth comparing with your own." Arthur gestured toward empty chair at his table, intuition suggesting meaningful exchange rather than unwelcome interruption. As the man settled across from him, Arthur noticed unusual pins securing his necktie, silver crescent moon of remarkable craftsmanship, suggesting aesthetic appreciation beyond practical frontier considerations. Professor Elias Whitman, the man introduced himself, formerly of Princeton University, currently documenting folklore and oral histories throughout Western territories for Smithsonian Institution. Arthur Morgan, Arthur replied. Scout and guide primarily. No academic credentials to speak of. Whitman smiled slightly, gesture suggesting recognition of knowledge acquired through experience rather than formal education. Academic credentials verify certain types of learning, Mr. Morgan, but often miss wisdom gained through direct engagement with territories under study. I've found frontier guides frequently possess understanding no university could possibly teach. This respectful acknowledgement established foundation for meaningful exchange rather than hierarchical interaction based on social or educational differences. Arthur appreciated the professor's approach, recognizing genuine scholar rather than academic tourist, collecting exotic stories for Eastern entertainment. Your map interests me, Whitman continued, gesturing toward Arthur's sketch. Particularly these markings, which don't correspond to conventional geographical features, but clearly indicate significant locations according to some alternative system. Arthur studied the professor's expression, making rapid assessment regarding potential reaction to honest explanation. Something in Whitman's attentive gaze suggested receptivity to unconventional information. The quality of awareness Arthur had learned to recognize in those capable of processing experiences beyond ordinary categorization. My mark where I've encountered someone, Arthur explained carefully. Figure known by various names in different traditions. Some call him the Midnight Traveler, others the Prairie Walker, or similar descriptions. Being who appears primarily during full moon or at transitional moments, walking between established boundaries of ordinary experience. He paused, expecting skepticism or patronizing interest typical of educated Easterners encountering frontier beliefs. Instead, Whitman leaned forward with expression of genuine recognition, his focus intensifying rather than diminishing. Remarkable, the professor responded quietly. I've been documenting accounts of precisely such entity throughout these territories for past 3 years. Indigenous traditions reference being with similar characteristics across multiple tribal nations, though specific names and descriptions vary according to cultural framework. Settler communities maintain parallel accounts, often attributed to religious contexts, but containing core similarities, transcending denominational differences. As their conversation continued into the evening, Arthur recognized that his encounter with the Midnight Traveler and subsequent meeting with Thomas Riley had initiated a sequence of connections, first with Joseph, now with Professor Whitman, that suggested coordinated unfolding rather than mere coincidence. Each interaction had provided additional perspective regarding the mysterious figure walking the prairie, contributing to emerging understanding that transcended any single viewpoint or cultural framework. Perhaps this represented another dimension of the traveler's purpose, Arthur reflected as he later prepared for sleep in his modest hotel room. Not merely walking alone between worlds, but creating connections among those who glimpsed him passing, establishing network of awareness that might preserve essential understanding even as external circumstances underwent accelerating transformation. Arthur Morgan drifted towards sleep with profound sense of gratitude, not just for his own encounters with the mysterious figure, but for the shared recognition these experiences had generated across apparent boundaries of culture, education, and individual circumstance. The Midnight Traveler walked eternal rounds beneath prairie moon, maintaining essential balance between what had been and what might yet become, creating subtle connections that preserve deeper meanings amid superficial change. And in doing so, the traveler had revealed something profound about existence itself, that beneath apparent separateness flowed currents of connection most never perceived, patterns of meaning that transcended individual experience while finding expression through it. This awareness continued with Arthur long after specific memories of silver-washed grasslands and shadowed figure had faded from immediate attention. Quiet flame illuminating both outer landscape and interior territories through which he journeyed, with gradually deepening understanding. Somewhere beyond direct sight, yet persistently present within the deeper layers of the landscape itself, the midnight traveler continued his eternal rounds beneath moon and sun alike, walking the thresholds where visible and invisible worlds touch, maintaining essential connections between what is, what was, and what might yet be, across the enduring prairie that contained them all. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the west be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.